What if the spark of a single lustful glance ignited an inferno that would consume an empire? What if the whispers of 1,000 hearts shattered the silence of history, sending shockwaves through time? The fall of Troy isn't just a tale, it's a brutal symphony of desire, deceit, and disaster that reverberates with every heartbeat. Here, mortals and gods collide in a dance of betrayal so intoxicating it could drown the sun. At the heart of this chaos lies Helen, a face so beautiful it could launch ships that turned into battalions of bloodthirsty men, all for a woman who could have been a footnote in a forgotten scroll. Her choice? A twisted game that set the stage for a calamity of epic proportions. Imagine the tension, like a rubber band drawn to its breaking point, snapping the very fabric of civilization. Picture Paris, a prince with a penchant for trouble, seducing the queen of 1,000 men. What was he thinking? Did he believe love could shield him from the consequences? The walls of Troy trembled under the weight of such folly, but it was just the beginning. A curse was born that day. Vengeance would wear the faces of gods and men alike, and they would not rest until the last stone of Troy lay in ruins. And then came the horse, oh, that fabled monstrosity. A gift, they called it. But whose gift? The hollow echo of laughter from the Greeks was a siren song, luring the Trojans into a deadly embrace. Who could resist such a glorious offering? Who could see the rotting insides festering with treachery? The city's fate hung like a sword above a king's neck, the final note in a tragic opera played out on the blooded streets. While the heroes clashed, gods cackled from Olympus, each stroke of fate orchestrated like a sinister symphony. Achilles, the great warrior, driven by pride so toxic it could drown a man, stormed through life like a lightning bolt, striking, but often missing the mark. The rage of a hero, the agony of a lover, can you feel the pressure? It's a ticking time bomb, and the countdown is whispered on the winds of betrayal. And what of the aftermath? The ashes of a city, the screams of the innocent drowned beneath the triumph of the victorious. Was it worth it? Did anyone really win? Or did the gods simply twirl their mustaches, cackling at the chaos they'd engineered like puppeteers reveling in their marionettes' misery? Every turn reveals a deeper treachery, a darker secret, and the cost of hubris hangs like a noose. The fall of Troy is no mere story, it's a warning etched in blood, a ghost that still haunts the dreams of men. Are you brave enough to confront it? Or will you, like so many before you, fall victim to its seductive allure? The truth is out there. If you dare to chase it, know that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. I remember the air thick with tension, the kind that wraps around your throat and squeezes until you can barely breathe. The banquet hall glimmered with flickering torches, shadows dancing like ghosts, and laughter echoed off the marble walls, but it was the hush that fell over the crowd when she entered that snagged the heart of the room. Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, glided through the throng of men, each gaze a desperate plea for her attention. The wine flowed freely, but the atmosphere turned sour, envy brewed like storm clouds above the revelry, ready to unleash chaos. Paris, a mere shepherd with dreams too grand for his humble origins, stood transfixed. He could feel the weight of longing settle heavily in his chest, like a stone dropped into an abyss of desire. His heart raced, pounding in sync with the drum of fate, every beat a prelude to catastrophe. He remembered the prophecy whispered through the ages, his life entwined with doom and glory, a fate written in the stars that would lead him to her. And there stood the three goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each cloaked in divine radiance, each a tempest of ambition and allure. Their eyes, fierce and penetrating, bore into him. Choose, they commanded, but the word hung in the air, heavy as a leaden sky. The choice felt like a knife at his throat, its edge sharp enough to draw blood. He could sense the weight of their expectations, the glimmer of their deceitful promises, the truths wrapped in gilded lies. Hera, regal and imposing, offered power. "You will be king," she said, her voice a melody of authority, unmatched in strength, feared and revered. The promise shimmered like a mirage, enticing yet ghostly. But Paris, with his heart still thumping to the rhythm of her beauty, could not see the change that came with such a gift. Athena, clad in armor, whispered wisdom and victory. "You will lead your people to glory," she promised, her words sharp as the spears she brandished. "Your name will echo through history." Yet, like a thief in the night, doubt crept into his mind. Would he sacrifice love for eternal fame? Would it be worth it to be remembered but without the touch of the woman who had already ensnared his soul? And then there was Aphrodite, a siren of seduction, her voice velvet and intoxicating. I will give you the love of Helen. It was a promise laced with sweetness, but beneath lay the bitter truth. To choose her was to plunge into the abyss of ruin, a storm that would swallow kingdoms whole. Could he trust her? I remember the moment it happened, the pulse of realization, the crack of lightning that split the night sky. His heart surged toward Aphrodite, an electric jolt that coursed through him. In that fleeting moment, he saw not only Helen but also the chaos that would follow. He was a moth drawn to the flame, reckless and unyielding. The choice was made, and the air crackled with the charge of inevitability. As he stepped forward, the laughter of the banquet died away, replaced by the wheezing breaths of destiny. A silence enveloped the hall, and Paris's choices echoed in the stillness. He felt the weight of the eyes upon him, the anticipation, the dread. He was not just a man now, he was a pawn in a game played by gods. The moment Helen turned to him, her gaze a devastating embrace, Paris felt the world twist beneath his feet. She smiled, a haunting beauty that dissolved the last remnants of his doubt. Love surged within him, a force more potent than war, a fire that would scorch the earth and leave only ashes in its wake. But war was not just a distant horizon, it loomed, dark and ominous. I could see it in the tightening of lips, in the narrowing of eyes as the other suitors recoiled, fury igniting their hearts. Men who once laughed now simmered with rage, their friendship crumbling like ancient stone underfoot. Paris had lit the match, and the inferno was rising, eager to consume everything in its path. In those fleeting seconds, time stretched and twisted like a serpent, wrapping around him, tightening its grip. Paris could taste the fear, the electric anticipation of conflict hanging like a bitter fruit, ready to fall. He remembered those fleeting moments of joy, the laughter that had once filled the hall. Now, only the ghosts of what could have been remained. Hera's roar of defiance pierced the silence, a storm breaking loose. Athena's eyes flashed with anger, while Aphrodite stood, smirking, a cat amidst the chaos. Each goddess bore her wrath like a sword, ready to carve their destinies into the flesh of the earth. Paris felt the ground tremble beneath him, the weight of his decisions drawing him deeper into a chasm of despair and hope. And as the waves of anger surged, the air thickened with promises of bloodshed, he could only watch as shadows loomed over the banquet hall, darker than any night. The laughter had turned into a cacophony of discord, a bell tolling a warning that would resonate for generations. The stakes were set, the players in position. I remember the chill that crept into my bones, the cold inevitability of what was to come. Paris, cradling his heart like a fragile bird, stood at the precipice, teetering between love and war, destiny and choice. It was a fragile moment, one that would shatter lives and reshape the world. The judgment was made, and with it, the Trojan War began, not with a clash of swords but with a whisper, an echo that would haunt the edges of time. And as the first threads of tragedy wove themselves into the fabric of history, the shadows lengthened, and the night swallowed the light, leaving behind only the fiery glow of a love that was both a blessing and a curse. It was only the beginning, a dark promise wrapped in velvet, the kind of beginning that feels eternal, each heartbeat a reminder that the storm was just on the horizon, waiting to break. The air was thick, heavy like the fog that clung to the ground in the early hours of the morning. It wrapped around the soldiers, a shroud of unease, whispering warnings of what lay ahead. I could hear the distant clatter of armor, metal on metal, a haunting echo that sent shivers down my spine, each clang like a heartbeat in the eerie stillness. I stood among the throng, a sea of anxious faces, their eyes wide with a mixture of dread and purpose, the tension palpable, a tightening noose around our collective throat. Agamemnon, resplendent in armor that caught the first hints of the rising sun, stood at the forefront, a titan among men, his presence both commanding and terrifying. But beneath that exterior, beneath the bravado, I saw flickers of uncertainty. He had summoned us, and we had come, warriors and dreamers, but the weight of his call bore heavily on his shoulders. Brothers, he bellowed, his voice cutting through the fog like a blade. The time for hesitation is past. We march for honor, for glory, for the heart of a woman stolen. He was a king, yes, crowned and anointed, but today, he felt more like a desperate man clinging to a hope that danced just out of reach. I remember his eyes, fierce yet haunted, like a storm brewing on the horizon, shadows flickering in the depths. I wished to reach out, to assure him we were ready, but my own heart quivered with doubt. Were we ready? Beside me stood Odysseus, the cunning one, his brow furrowed deep in thought. To what end, Agamemnon, he spoke, voice steady yet laced with incredulity. What glory can be found in a war born from lust and betrayal? I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, hidden beneath layers of wit. The shadows danced around him, as if mocking the very notion of glory. He had always been one to weigh the cost, to measure the lives against the spoils, and now he appeared more philosopher than soldier. Honor demands it. Agamemnon shot back, the words laced with a bitter edge. I felt the tension rise, a crackling energy in the air as the soldiers shifted uneasily. This was no mere call to arms, it was a summons to madness. The promise of glory felt more like a noose tightening around our necks. I could hear whispers of doubt ripple through the ranks, a quiet rebellion echoing against the thunderous call of their king. And then there was Achilles, his presence a flame that burned brightly and dangerously. He stood apart, a figure carved from the very essence of war, and yet, at that moment, he seemed consumed by a tempest of conflicting desires. What is glory for a man so blessed, he whispered, though his voice was a roar in the silence. To die for a woman's honor? Or to live in the shadow of this madness? I remembered his fury well, like wildfire licking through dry brush, consuming all in its path. A man of unmatched prowess, yet here he wrestled with his own demons, his rage a raw and bleeding wound. The gathering storm brewed around us, a swirling chaos of emotions, each soldier a flickering candle in the tempest. I could feel the weight of their hopes, their fears sticking to my skin like sweat, the taste of salt and iron in the air. I could see families, wives, children, all waiting for news from the front lines. Would they return as heroes, or would the earth swallow them whole, leaving no trace behind? A low murmur rose like a tide from the gathered troops, a chorus of uncertainty mixing with the fervor of loyalty. What of the gods? Someone called out, the question hanging heavy in the air. Will they bless our path, or curse us for our folly? The cosmos felt larger than life, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting for our next move, waiting to unleash their judgment. I felt my heart race. What had we become? Warriors bound by a sense of duty, yet shackled by the weight of our own choices. The gathering was a crucible, each moment a flash of life and death, love and betrayal. Agamemnon, his voice rising above the murmurs, spoke of honor and glory, but I could see the ghosts of doubt flickering in the corners of his eyes. He was a king, yes, but also a man, flawed and vulnerable, walking a tightrope over an abyss. And then, just as tension threatened to spiral into chaos, a silence fell, a moment suspended in time, as if the world itself held its breath. I could feel the cosmic scales tipping, a strange blend of fate and free will swirling around us. I remembered the tales of old, the heroes who had come before us, their faces now mere shadows in the annals of time. Were we to be the next chapter? A single voice pierced the silence, an unexpected ally in our collective uncertainty. A soldier stepped forward, trembling yet resolute. We fight not just for glory, but for those we love. He spoke of his wife, his children, the lives waiting eagerly for their return. It struck a chord deep within me, resonating through the hearts of all present. Yes, we were driven by love, by the need to protect, to claim our place in a world that seemed to constantly shift beneath our feet. As Agamemnon raised his sword, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting a golden light over the assembly. It felt like a sign, a spark igniting the tinder of our resolve. But even within that warmth, the shadows lingered, reminding us that the road ahead was fraught with peril. Each heartbeat rang out a clarion call, a reminder that we stood on the precipice of destruction, ready to leap into the unknown. Let us march, Agamemnon proclaimed, his voice a thunderclap echoing through the ranks. For love, for honor, for the fate of our world. And as the soldiers began to chant, voices rising in a fevered pitch, I felt the energy surge around us, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, a chaotic blend of hope and doom. But as we stepped forward, the ground shook beneath us, a reminder that the path we chose was not ours alone. With each step, I felt the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of those who had come before us whispering warnings in the wind. What awaited us in the shadows of Troy? What legacy would we carve into the annals of time? And so we marched, hearts pounding as one, leaving behind the safety of our fears. The battle loomed ahead, a tempest gathering strength. In that moment, within the gathering of the Greek forces, we were united by a single thread of fate, our destinies intertwined, each heartbeat echoing in the silence of the unknown. The world outside our gathering remained still, waiting for the storm to break, waiting for the clash of steel and cries of warriors, but within us, the fire of determination kindled brighter, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The storm raged outside, a howling beast clawing at the sky, tearing through the night. Thunder cracked like the spine of the world, and in its echo, I felt the pulse of something ancient, something terrifying. My heart raced, drumming against the confines of my chest, drowning out the screams of the villagers. I was standing at the edge, teetering between hope and despair, my breath shallow and quick as the flames danced in the distance, devouring everything they touched. Lila knelt beside me, her hand stained with ash and fear, knuckles white as she clutched a tattered cloth, praying to gods who had long forgotten us. I remember her eyes, wide, glistening with tears that threatened to spill. "They won't help us," she whispered, each syllable a shudder, a confession. "They never do." The weight of her words struck me like a dagger. I could feel the truth in them, a bitter taste on my tongue, even as my heart clung to the threads of belief. And then there was Marcus. He stood at the perimeter of the chaos, his face illuminated by flickering flames, a silhouette of despair and defiance. He was a soldier, a protector, but tonight he felt like a ghost, lost in the shadows of his own doubts. I watched him, the way he clenched his jaw, the way his fists trembled at his sides. I could almost hear the unspooled echoes of his past, the battlefield, the blood, the cries of men torn apart by fate's ruthless hand. "We fight," he growled, defiance burning in his voice, though I saw the flicker of insecurity behind his bravado. "We don't wait for the gods to save us." But the gods were watching, lurking just beyond our periphery. In moments like these, when despair clung to the air like heavy fog, I could almost feel their presence, a cold breeze that sent shivers down my spine. They were watching, and yet they remained silent, indifferent to our suffering as we faced the inferno. I remember the stories of old, the tales of divine intervention, where gods descended from their celestial thrones like warriors, wielding lightning and fury. Where was that now? As the flames reached higher, licking the sky, a figure emerged from the smoke, one of the villagers, her clothes torn and her face smeared with soot. It was Greta, a mother who had lost her son to the plague last winter. I could see the raw anguish etched into her features, the way she stumbled forward, arms outstretched as if to grasp at the very fabric of the cosmos. "Have mercy," she cried, a voice cracked and raw. "We have suffered enough." At that moment, I felt the air shift, a current passing through us as if the gods themselves were taking notice. But it was fleeting, a whisper brushed against my skin before fading into the cacophony of despair. I wondered then, with a sinking heart, if they were truly listening or if we were simply cursing into the void. I looked at Lila, who was now staring into the flames, her expression a mask of contemplation. "What if," she began, her voice trembling, "what if the gods are waiting for us to make the first move?" Her words hung in the air, thick with possibility and dread. Marcus turned sharply, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" he demanded, the soldier in him igniting at the idea of taking control. "What if all this suffering is a test?" Lila's voice soared, trembling yet fierce, like a candle flickering in the wind. "What if they're waiting for us to show them our strength?" But strength felt like a fragile thing, a thin thread ready to snap. I thought of the people in the village, broken, battered, their spirits withering under the weight of despair. I thought of Greta, still screaming for mercy, her cries rising and falling like the tide, each wave crashing against the shores of our hopes. As the night deepened, shadows danced around us, weaving tales of anguish and dreams unfulfilled. In that moment, I felt the surge of something primal, a buried fire igniting within. Our lives were not just puppets dancing on the strings of divine whimsy, our choices, our actions, they mattered. I could taste it on the edge of my tongue, a bitter sweetness mingling with the ash in the air. maybe desperation was the very spark the gods needed to intervene. "We'll make our mark," Marcus vowed, stepping forward, his voice booming like thunder, drowning out the storm. "We'll show them we are not broken." I stood beside him, my heart thundering in my chest, words spilling from my lips like wildfire. "We'll scream into the abyss. We'll fight for our lives, our futures." The fear that had paralyzed me melted away, replaced by a fierce determination that surged through my veins. And then, in a moment that felt like a heartbeat stretching into eternity, the world held its breath. The storm began to quiet, the flames flickering as if they too were listening, holding on to our words. It felt like a reckoning, a promise that we would not be mere sacrifices on the altar of indifference. But just as hope began to bloom, the shadows deepened, and a chill swept over us, as if the gods themselves were gathering their strength. I could see it in the way the air turned electric, the way the hairs on my arms stood tall, a warning of what was to come. Lila turned, her eyes wide with realization, a gasp escaping her lips. "What if they choose to intervene? What if?" But the words hung in the air, unfinished, like a spell cast but not yet fulfilled. It was then I realized the gods were not just witnesses, they were players in this game of fate. And as we stood on the precipice of our own reckoning, I could feel the weight of their gaze upon us, heavy, expectant, and undeniably terrifying. In that moment of uncertainty, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone in this darkness. There was something lurking, something waiting to rise with us, or crush us beneath its heel. And as the storm began to whisper its secrets, I understood one thing: we were on the brink of a collision, the clash of mortal souls and divine will, where the choices we made would echo through the ages. Lila's fingers intertwined with mine, a fragile thread of connection amid the chaos as we braced ourselves for whatever was coming. I could feel the heartbeat of the universe, a rhythm entwined with our fears and dreams, and in that moment, I knew the gods were watching closely. The shroud of destiny was tightening around us, and we were left to wonder, would they intervene, or would we face the darkness alone? The answer lingered like the storm, waiting to break, waiting to change everything. The darkness hums with tension, thick as the smoke curling from burning pyres, the stench of iron and sweat hanging over the battlefield like a shroud. "I can't keep doing this," I hear someone whisper, but the words are swallowed by the clash of swords and the anguished cries of men. Every heartbeat is a hammer driving the nails of fate deeper into the earth. Here, in this cacophony of chaos, I find myself staring into the eyes of Achilles, the mightiest of warriors, his face twisted into a mask of rage and sorrow, a storm brewing behind the blue depths of his gaze. I remember, he growls, his voice thick as blood on thirsty soil. I remember the laughter of my mother, the sweet embrace of the sea. I remember when glory was a song sung under the stars. But now? Now, that song is a dirge, the only melody resonating with the clanging of death. His heart is a battlefield, scarred and raw. Each wound a reminder of love lost, of betrayal. Patroclus, his heart, his soul, a brother forged in the fires of loyalty, lies cold on the ground, stripped of life, a lifeless doll beneath the feet of the gods. And in that moment of despair, Achilles stands on the edge of a precipice, teetering between vengeance and salvation, haunted by a choice that weighs heavier than any sword. Around him, the whispers of the past echo like shadows in the corners of his mind. They tell him, do not let the ghosts claim you. And yet, he is already claimed, shackled by a fate written in the stars, bound to a destiny that dances like a flame, enticing and dangerous. Then there's Odysseus, a man whose very name is a tapestry woven with threads of cunning and despair. He stands at the fringes, watching, calculating, but deep within, the tides of his heart are restless. I remember, he murmurs to nobody, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. I remember my boy, the way he laughed, the way his eyes sparkled with dreams. But dreams have a way of turning into nightmares in the blink of an eye. The sea, once a faithful friend, has become a treacherous mistress, luring him into her murky depths. He is a man lost, wandering between realms, a ghost in a world of flesh, caught in the web of his own making, every choice leading him further from home. He clutches at time like it's a fragile bird, slipping through his fingers, leaving behind only the echoes of what could have been. The stakes rise, and with them, the tension crackles like lightning in the air. Achilles, driven by wrath, charges forward, a phoenix of fury, his sword gleaming with the promise of annihilation. Each swing is a symphony of retribution, a dance with death. He is a whirlwind, a tempest, the embodiment of grief and rage, and with every strike, I can feel the pulse of his pain reverberating through the ground beneath us. The blood of my friend, he screams, raw and primal, will wash away this foul stain of betrayal. The shadows dance around him, flickering between the light of honor and the dark abyss of vengeance. He becomes a force of nature, unstoppable yet spiraling toward destruction, the line between hero and monster fading with every drop of blood spilled. And there, amidst the chaos, Odysseus stands alone, a silent witness to the storm. He is the cunning fox, the strategist caught in a world of brawn. What is glory worth, he thinks, if it comes at the cost of our souls? The weight of his choices presses down on him, a crushing reminder of the men he's lost and the lives he's ruined. As Achilles carves a path through the battlefield, Odysseus sees flashes of himself in the madness. He too has been consumed by the fire of ambition. The price of honor is steep, and his heart aches with the realization that every hero is haunted by their ghosts. The faces of those he left behind, the cries of the innocent, they weave through his thoughts like a tapestry of torment. In this moment, as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of blood and sorrow, the two heroes are brought face to face. The air is electric, saturated with unspoken words. Achilles' rage meets Odysseus' calculated calm, and time hangs suspended, like a fragile thread ready to snap. "Why do you fight?" Odysseus asks, voice steady but heavy with sorrow. "Is it for glory, or is it for love lost?" Achilles' jaw tightens, the storm in his eyes swirling with confusion. "What do you know of love? You, who sails through life like a leaf on the wind." And in that instant, vulnerability crackles between them. The bravado is stripped away, revealing two broken souls, lost and searching for redemption in a world that offers none. Every heartbeat pulses with raw intensity, every breath feels like a weighty question unanswered. The battle rages around them, but within this fractured moment, nothing else exists. The world is a blur, their pain, their fears, their desires, all laid bare, exposed to the universe. "I remember," Odysseus whispers, a ghostly echo of what he once held dear. "I remember the faces I left behind, the promises made. I remember the laughter, the joy, the light," Achilles counters, his voice cracking like the ground beneath their feet. "And now, it's all gone." Their words hang in the air, thick and heavy, a fragile connection forged in the fires of despair. The shadows swirl, tightening their grip, and the specters of their past loom large, reminding them of every choice that led them here. And as they stand at the precipice, the inevitable clash of destinies looms, a tempest of emotions ready to explode. They are heroes, flawed, broken, human, and in that moment, the weight of their legacies hangs like a millstone around their necks. The sky darkens, and with every breath, I feel the impending storm press down upon us, a reminder that the tides of fate are ever pulling, ever demanding. There is no conclusion here, only the swirling chaos of a battle yet to unfold, the haunting echoes of choices still echoing in the twilight. Forever intertwined, Achilles and Odysseus, two souls caught in the relentless dance of ambition, love, and the ghosts that taunt them, will forever resonate, endlessly searching for something just beyond reach. The horizon was a molten swirl of orange and crimson, bleeding into the deep blue of the Aegean Sea. I stood at the edge of the crumbling battlements, my fingers tinged with salt and sweat, and felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of history. The air hung heavy, thick with the foreboding scent of blood and ash, echoing a future I couldn't escape. Below, the waves crashed violently against the rocks, a symphony of chaos underscoring the slow march of dread. The ships appeared first as ghostly silhouettes against the horizon, drifting closer like harbingers of doom. I could hear the distant clamor of voices, laughter mingling with shouts, the sharp clang of metal against metal, a prelude to the madness that was about to unfold. "They think they can take us," I whispered, my heart racing as if it were trying to flee my chest. The bitterness of bile rose in my throat. "They think they can claim what is ours." Next to me stood Helen, her dark hair whipped by the wind, eyes locked on the approaching fleet. She was a tempest, a force of nature wrapped in fragility, but her spirit burned bright, a flame against the encroaching darkness. "We're outnumbered," she said, her voice barely a whisper, as if saying it aloud might make it real. "But we can't let fear take us." "Fear?" "Eleni, fear is the only thing we have left," I retorted, my own voice rising, surprising myself with its urgency. "What do we do when they land? When they break through our walls? When they stop?" Her hand shot out, gripping my wrist. "We fight. We fight for our home." The fire in her gaze ignited something within me, a flicker of hope battling against the shadows of despair. But hope felt like a lie, a fragile thing, and I couldn't shake the memory of my father's whispers, his warnings etched into my soul. "You think you can withstand the storm? The Greeks are relentless. They'll tear us apart." The first ship, a colossal beast of wood and iron, broke through the waves, its prow slicing through the water like a knife through flesh. My breath caught in my throat. "There they are," I murmured, and the world fell silent. The fleet was a dark, looming presence. I could see the glint of bronze shields, the flash of swords, and the fierce cries of men echoed across the water, penetrating the very marrow of my bones. I felt as if I were standing at the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss, knowing full well that the darkness would consume me if I took even one step forward. "Do you remember the stories?" I asked, my voice shaking. "The tales of brave warriors and their glorious victories? They're just stories, Eleni. Stories don't save lives." "Better stories than no stories at all," she snapped, her determination unyielding. "We can be the authors of our own fate. If we stand together, if we fight together, but could we?" I watched as the first rowers began to push against the oars, the rhythm of their movement synchronized like a heartbeat. I felt the pulsing energy of the fleet, drawing closer, threatening to engulf us. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that crept over the city like fingers reaching for a long-lost treasure. I thought of Dimitri, my younger brother, his laughter ringing in my ears like a haunting echo. Will he even know my name by morning? I whispered, my heart unraveling at the thought. "What if—" "Stop," Eleni said again, more fiercely this time. "You have to fight for him. You have to fight for us." And then I saw him, a figure on the nearest ship, tall and commanding, his face fierce and familiar. It was Captain Lysander, a man woven from the fabric of legends, a warrior without equal, yet burdened by the weight of his own mistakes. He stood at the bow, his steady gaze fixed on our city, the determination in him like a blaze of wildfire, consuming everything in its path. "Look," I mumbled, pointing, but Eleni had already seen him. "He's leading them." "Then we'll make him regret it," she said, her voice a low growl. A defiance surged within me, igniting the embers of my fear, transforming it into something sharper, something more like rage. "Regret? Do you think they'll regret anything after they've taken everything from us? Do you think they'll care?" My words fell like stones, heavy in the air. Eleni turned to me, her eyes fierce with conviction. "Then we make them care. We make them remember that we were here. We'll fight as if our lives depend on it, because they do." The fleet drew nearer, the sounds of their battle cries grew louder, a cacophony of impending doom that clawed at my sanity. My heart raced, thunderous like the drums of war, drowning out the last vestiges of calm. "What if it's all for nothing?" I gasped, the words escaping me like ghosts from a forgotten past. "It won't be for nothing," she said, her voice wrapping around me like a lifeline. "We will not fade into the shadows. We will carve our names into history, even if it's written in blood." And then it hit me, the weight of her words, the gravity of our reality. I looked out at the horizon, where the ships had multiplied, a dark mass against the twilight sky. I felt the pulse of the city beneath our feet, alive and trembling. The moment stretched, time twisting and bending, until finally, with a roar that shattered the air, the first ship beached itself against the rocks. The ground vibrated with the impact, a harbinger of chaos, a promise of violence. The moment had arrived, and I could feel it in every fiber of my being, the raw, unyielding edge of fear, the burning desire to protect, to fight, to live. And then I remembered the stories. Stories that whispered of heroes and battles won, of love and loss, of the fragility of life against the backdrop of war. Maybe, just maybe, we could make our own story among the shadows, where the threads of destiny intertwined. As I stood beside Eleni, the world spiraled into chaos, and the reality of our fight loomed like an insurmountable tide. The siege had begun, and with it, our fate hung precariously in the balance. The echoes of our hearts drummed a fierce cadence, ready to confront the storm. The air was thick, saturated with the scent of dirt and sweat, each breath heavy like the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Beneath a bruised sky, the plains stretched endlessly, a canvas of dread and anticipation where destinies would collide. I stood there, heart racing, pulse echoing in my ears, as silence settled like a thick blanket, smothering the murmurs of men and the restless stir of horses. It felt like the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of something unspeakable. I remember the moment vividly, the monochrome earth beneath my feet, a stark contrast to the chaos that churned within me. My brother, Thomas, was beside me, his face a mask of determination, yet I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he clutched his sword like it was the only thing tethering him to sanity. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that everything would be all right, but the words caught in my throat, swallowed by the fear clawing at my insides. "Do you hear that?" he asked, voice barely a whisper, as if the weight of his words could shatter the fragile stillness. I shook my head, but I could feel it, the distant rumble of hooves, like thunder rolling across the horizon, a storm brewing just out of sight. The enemy was approaching, and with them, the promise of bloodshed, loss, and a reckoning that would echo through time. In the back of my mind, I thought of Anna, her laughter, bright and unyielding, a stark contrast to this impending darkness. I could almost see her face, framed by the soft glow of the evening sun, a beacon of hope in this desolate world. She had always believed in the good of men, even when I found it hard to muster the same faith. "You're just a soldier, Samuel," she would tease, "but you have the heart of a poet." I chuckled at the absurdity now, in this moment where my heart was a battlefield, torn between love and duty. The ground trembled as the enemy emerged, a dark tide spilling over the horizon. Riders clad in steel, their armor glinting ominously, their faces concealed behind visors that offered no glimpse of humanity. I felt the bile rise in my throat. These were not just men, they were ghosts, specters of fear that haunted my every thought. They were the night creeping into daylight, a paradox that churned my insides into knots. "Keep your head," Thomas urged, his voice a lifeline, pulling me back from the brink of despair. "Remember what we've trained for." But I didn't want to remember. I wanted to run, to escape this waking nightmare where dreams of glory and honor morphed into a grotesque dance of destruction. I remembered the stories of the brave knights, how they fought for honor, for love. But what was honor in a world soaked in blood? The first clash came suddenly, shattering the stillness, a cacophony of clashing steel and desperate cries. I stumbled forward, caught in the whirlwind of chaos, my sword feeling foreign in my hand, as if it belonged to a stranger. I saw a man fall, his armor dented and twisted, eyes wide with shock, his final breath escaping in a gasp. It was then that I understood, this was not a game. This was the cruel reality of war, where dreams shattered like glass, and the ground drank deep from the well of our humanity. "Samuel!" Thomas's voice cut through the chaos like a knife, sharp and urgent. I turned just in time to see him engaged with an enemy soldier, the two locked in a deadly embrace. My heart thudded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat urging me to act. I rushed forward, adrenaline surging through my veins, drowning out the pain and fear as I swung my sword, the blade slicing through the air with a promise of vengeance. The man fell, eyes wide with disbelief, but it didn't make me feel powerful. It hollowed me out, leaving a void that echoed with the screams of the fallen. I could hear Anna's laughter again, a cruel mockery of the scene unfolding before me. How could I ever return to her? What would I say? I killed a man today. His blood is on my hands, and I'm not sure I can wash it away. The battle raged on, a relentless tide of violence that swallowed the cries of the wounded and the dying. I fought, but each swing of my sword felt like an act of desperation, a clumsy attempt to grab hold of something that was slipping through my fingers. With every breath, I could feel the weight of my choices pressing down on me, a reminder of every moment I had failed to appreciate life's fleeting beauty, every sunset with Anna, every laugh shared over stale bread. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the battlefield, and it struck me then how beautiful the world could still be, even amid such horror. There was a strange kind of hope nestled in those shadows, a flicker of light that refused to be snuffed out. I caught Thomas's eye, a shared moment of understanding, a promise that we would fight for each other, no matter the cost. But then, a figure emerged from the fray, a towering presence cloaked in darkness, moving with an eerie grace that sent chills down my spine. The enemy commander, the embodiment of our fears. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto mine, and in that moment, the world faded away. Time stretched, a grotesque sense of stillness enveloping us, as if the universe conspired to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. "Do you wish to die here, boy?" he taunted, voice smooth as silk, laced with a venom that made my skin crawl. I felt the sting of his words, and for a heartbeat, I wondered if I would even be remembered, if Anna would ever hear my name whispered in the stories of old. But somewhere deep within me, I felt a spark ignite, a fierce rebellion against the darkness threatening to consume me. I wasn't just a soldier, I was a brother, a son, a man who loved fiercely. I wouldn't let fear dictate my fate. The air crackled with tension as I raised my sword, determination coursing through me like a raging river. I would fight, not just for myself, but for every moment stolen from me, for every laugh, every whisper of love. It was time to turn this tide, to embrace the chaos swirling around, and become part of something larger than myself. And as I charged forward, the world around me exploded into a kaleidoscope of color and sound, shadows dancing on the edges of my vision, the battle of the plains transformed into a symphony of fury and hope. I wasn't just a part of the fight, I was alive, every heartbeat a declaration that I would not be forgotten. In that moment, as I met the enemy's gaze, I understood, this was only the beginning. The air is thick with tension, the scent of war mingling with the salt of the sea. I stand on the precipice of a world unraveling, where the echoes of battle cry out like ghosts in a long-forgotten grave. The ground beneath me trembles, not just from the weight of armored boots, but from the weight of betrayal, desire, and a woman or the woman. Helen. Her name hangs heavy, like the smoke curling from dying fires, a promise that ignites and consumes all at once. I see Paris, his face taut with longing, his eyes aflame with the reckless ambition of youth. He is a lion, fierce and untamed, yet there is a shadow lurking behind that bravado. I remember how he had once laughed, carefree, a boy playing at war, oblivious to the ruin that would follow. But now, as he grips the hilt of his sword, it's as if time has shriveled around him, warping his innocence into something dangerous. He looks at me, and I can feel the heat of his desire, the desperate need to reclaim what has been lost, but I am not the answer he seeks. I am merely the catalyst. And then there's Menelaus, his heart a fortress crumbling under siege. I can see him, pacing the dark corners of his mind, haunted by visions of Helen laughing, her golden hair spilling around her shoulders like sunlight trapped in a net. He is a man forged in honor, yet here he stands, a king reduced to a pawn, driven mad by jealousy. His love is a blade, sharp and unforgiving, and it cuts deeper than any sword could ever pierce. I remember how he once whispered sweet promises into the night, his breath warm against my skin, but those words now feel like chains, binding him to a past that haunts him relentlessly. Why? He asks, though the question hangs in the air like a storm cloud, threatening to unleash its fury. Why did she leave? Why did she choose Paris? The answers slip through his fingers like sand, and with each clench of his fists, I feel the echoes of his pain reverberate through the air, a relentless pulse that matches the chaos building outside the gates of Troy. I remember the first time I saw her, Helen, with a smile that could light up the darkest of nights, a siren drawing men into a tempest of desire. But what is beauty if not a double-edged sword? A curse wrapped in silk. I watch as her face flickers in and out of the shadows, a spectre trapped between worlds. She is the prize, yet also the prison, her essence both a balm and a blade. The warriors fight for her, yet no one truly sees her, the woman behind the myth, the heart behind the face that launched 1,000 ships, all bound to a fate not of her making. The clang of swords fills the air, a cacophony that drowns out the whispers of fate. I feel the heaviness settle in the pit of my stomach, a premonition that hangs like a noose. Paris charges forward, his determination fierce, but I see the cracks beneath the surface, the trepidation in his eyes as he realizes the cost of his ambition. He is caught in a web of his own making, and I want to scream, to shake him awake. But the battle rages, and I can only watch. The sky darkens, as if sensing the impending doom. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythmic pulse that matches the chaos around me, a thud, thud, thud. Each beat a countdown to something inevitable. I see Menelaus charging, a wild look in his eyes, raw, unchained fury propelling him forward. He is a man on fire, consumed by the flames of love and hate, and as he clashes with Paris, I feel the world shift beneath us. In that moment, time fractures, splintering into shards of memory and emotion. I remember laughter, bright and unrestrained. I remember whispers shared beneath the stars, dreams woven into the night. Yet, amidst the beauty, I taste the bitterness of betrayal, the salt of tears unshed. Can love survive amidst the ruins of war? Can beauty endure when shadows lurk just beyond the light? I feel the weight of history pressing down, a tidal wave of consequence crashing over us. Paris falls, and the air is thick with the scent of blood and iron. I can hear Menelaus's ragged breath, feel the desperation that drives him to avenge what he lost. But what has he truly lost? A woman? A queen? Or has he lost himself in the hunt, blinding himself to the truth that love is not possession, that desire can twist into something ugly? And Helen, she stands between them, a fragile bloom caught in a storm, her heart torn asunder. I see the conflict in her eyes, the love for each man clashing like titans, crashing against the walls of her soul. What does she want? To be free? To be loved? Or does she simply want the chaos to end, to escape the chains forged by men's desires? I reach out, my fingers brushing against her shimmering hair, a momentary connection, and in that instant, I feel the weight of her sorrow, heavy and unyielding. Help me, she whispers, her voice a haunting melody that wraps around me, pulling me into her world. It is a plea that echoes through time, a cry that reverberates within my own heart, a reminder of the price of beauty, the cost of desire. The battle rages on, and I am caught in the whirlwind of emotion, unable to look away. Paris, Menelaus, Helen, each entangled in a dance as old as time, a tragic tale of love and loss. I feel the world spin, the stars align, and in that dizzying moment, I know there will be no winners here. Only heartbreak. The darkness creeps in, shadows stretching as the sun dips below the horizon, a reminder that night is always lurking, waiting to swallow us whole. I stand on the edge, suspended in time, caught between the chaos and the yearning. The weight of their desires, their regrets, it crushes me like a tidal wave, and as the battle echoes around me, I am left breathless, suspended in the tension of it all, a witness to a tragedy that has only just begun. The clang of metal echoed through the night, sharp and cruel, slicing the air like a knife through flesh. The battlefield lay sprawled before me, a canvas painted in shadows and blood, where heroes bled and dreams died. I stood amidst the chaos, my heart pounding like a war drum, a rhythm that matched the frantic breaths of men fighting, dying, for glory and honor. Agamemnon's figure loomed in the distance, a titan of a man, both feared and revered, his face set in stone, a mask of grim determination that could shatter mountains. But beneath that facade lingered a storm, a tumult of decisions that would haunt him, the shadows of his leadership creeping ever closer. I remember the night he stood before us, a god among men, radiating power but casting a long shadow that stretched into our hearts, each of us bearing the weight of his choices. The tension crackled like static in the air, hearts racing, uncertainty gnawing at our guts. Fight for honor, he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, and yet, I felt the words suffocate me, as if the promise of honor was just a thin veil over a deeper truth, a truth stained with blood and betrayal. Then there was Achilles, a warrior with eyes like burning coals, fierce and indomitable, yet caught in a tempest of pride and rage. He was a lion, but tonight he was a caged beast, his spirit raging against Agamemnon's iron grip. You treat us like pawns, he seethed, his body taut with fury. You think us slaves to your ambition. Every syllable was a dagger, puncturing the silence, and I could feel the pulse of conflict thrumming between them, a dance of power that could ignite into destruction. I remember how the air thickened, each breath a battle, each heartbeat a countdown to confrontation. And there stood Patroclus, his heart a fragile flower blooming in the war-torn soil. A gentle soul, deeply loyal, caught in the storm of Achilles' rage and Agamemnon's ambition. I saw the turmoil flicker in his eyes, a reflection of the chaotic world around him. "Achilles," he whispered, a plea laced with fear. "You must not let this consume you." But it was too late, the fire was already raging, consuming everything in its path. I felt Patroclus' pain, his desire to heal a wound that was too deep, too festering, and I couldn't help but wonder how long loyalty could withstand the weight of anger. In the distance, the clash of swords rang out like a funeral dirge. The men fought not just for Agamemnon, but for the echoes of their own dreams, their own nightmares. The darkness loomed closer, like a ravenous predator stalking its prey. I could see Agamemnon's shoulders tense as he grappled with his choices, each one a burden, each victory tainted with loss. His leadership had its strengths, his decisiveness, his unyielding will, but with every decision came a flaw that echoed like a curse. Did he lead us to glory, or was he shepherding us toward doom? "Sacrifice is the price of greatness," he shouted, yet I could see the cracks forming in the armor of his resolve. The flicker of doubt played across his face like shadows dancing on a wall. How many lives would he be willing to trade? How many dreams would be crushed beneath the weight of his ambition? I felt the chill of the moonlight, a ghostly witness to the human condition, and I was left breathless with the weight of it all. Achilles' rage was a wildfire, consuming him, and I could see it fraying the edges of his sanity. "I will not fight for a man who sees me as a tool," he declared, the defiance in his voice resonating like a death knell. The air was thick with tension, a taut string ready to snap. I felt the pull of that emotion, the sorrow of betrayal mingling with the heat of anger. I watched as Patroclus reached out, the bridge between them trembling, desperation in his eyes. "Don't let him take you from us, Achilles." But the words were swallowed by the storm, the chaos of war crashing all around us. As Agamemnon stood resolute, a king forged in the fires of battle, I could see the ghosts of his past haunting him. Shadows of the fallen whispered in his ears, reminders of the lives lost, the dreams shattered. His own brother, Menelaus, waged a war for love, yet here we were, fighting a battle where loyalty and ambition collided with fatal consequence. I could feel Agamemnon's heart racing, the pulse of a man weighed down by choices that would echo through eternity. The moon bore witness, a cold, indifferent observer to the fragility of fate. And then, the moment shattered like glass. Achilles, driven by fury, lunged forward, an unstoppable force. My heart leapt, caught in the crossfire of desperation and hope. Would he lash out not just at Agamemnon, but at the very fabric of our brotherhood? The tension crackled like a live wire, and I felt the world drop away as we teetered on the edge of chaos. In that breathless silence, as the battle raged on, I finally understood the true weight of Agamemnon's leadership. Strength and flaw intertwined, a tangled web of consequence. He led us with vision, but it was a vision clouded with hubris. As the stars hung like morbid sentinels above, I was left to ponder the cost of ambition. Could a man carry the weight of so many lives, so many dreams, and still stand tall, untouched by the shadows of his choices? The echoes of their voices, their dreams, their fears intertwined like the roots of a great tree, each one pulling me deeper into the heart of a conflict that was as old as time itself. I felt the world around me blur, the lines between loyalty and betrayal merging into an intricate dance, with Agamemnon, Achilles, and Patroclus at its center, each heartbeat a reminder of the battle that raged not just outside, but within us all. The air crackles with tension, a silence so thick it suffocates. I stand there, amid the dying embers of the campfire, shadows flickering against the canvas of the night. The scent of smoke clings to my skin, an oily reminder of battles fought and promises broken. The stars above, indifferent witnesses, twinkle coldly, their light a distant echo of the warmth we once shared. And now, like a spectre, the ghost of my friend, Patroclus, looms closer, his face twisted in anguish. I remember the day he fell, the sun a cruel witness, blazing with an intensity that mocked the grief swelling in my chest. I remember the sound of metal clashing, the cries of men drowning in the thick fog of war, and his laughter, bright and defiant, cutting through the chaos like a beacon. But laughter turned to screams, and screams evaporated into nothingness, leaving me numb, hollow. He was my other half, the thread woven through the tapestry of my existence, and now, with him gone, I am fraying. It's not just the loss, it's the betrayal, the bitter taste of Agamemnon's arrogance, hanging in the air like the pungent scent of decay. My rage builds, a tempest brewing in the pit of my stomach, a dark ocean seething as I contemplate the cost of honor. I can still hear the words exchanged, the venom dripping from Agamemnon's lips, the way he claimed my prize, my Briseis, as if she were nothing more than a trophy. I remember the heat of my anger, a wildfire consuming everything in its path. Betrayal burns deeper than any sword, doesn't it? What is a warrior without his honor? What is a man without his heart? And now I stand on the precipice of vengeance, teetering on the edge of a decision that could unravel the very fabric of our world. I can feel the whispers of the gods, their eyes piercing through the veil of night, judging me, taunting me. What will you do, Achilles? They seem to ask. Will you let the darkness consume you? Then there's Hector, noble Hector, the prince of Troy, whose heart beats with the fervor of a lion defending his pride. I can see him now, standing tall amidst the ruins of his city, the weight of his people resting on his shoulders. I can almost hear the echoes of his mother's cries, a sound that pierces the night, echoing my own grief. Does he know I'm coming? Does he feel the tremors of fate pulling us together like two celestial bodies on a collision course? I remember the last time I saw Patroclus, his face alive, full of hope as he stepped onto the battlefield wearing my armor, believing he could hold the line, believing he could bring me back from the darkness. Foolish hope, or was it brave? I remember how I shouted at him, "Stay back!" But he was fierce, my beloved friend, and now he lies cold, brought low by a spear meant for me. The weight of anger settles on my shoulders, a heavy cloak that suffocates. Every breath is laced with agony, each heartbeat a reminder of betrayal wrapped in a shroud of sorrow. I step into the night, the moon casting an eerie glow on the ground, illuminating the path to my vengeance. The city of Troy awaits, its walls standing as a testament to their defiance. My heart is a drum, pounding louder with each step, a relentless reminder of what I must do. As I approach, shadows ripple like water around me, the echoes of my past mingling with the present. The stench of war hangs thick, mingling with the scent of fear and desperation. Hector, noble Hector, does he know the storm that's coming for him? He is a warrior, but I am a wrathful force, and this is a reckoning. With each footfall, I remember the weight of my choices. I remember the laughter once shared with Patroclus beneath the stars, the dreams we wove together like delicate strands of silk. I remember the promises made, the dreams of glory, how intoxicating they felt. But dreams can morph into nightmares, can't they? Suddenly, the mood shifts. The air thickens, heavy with the dread of what's to come. I can see Hector now, standing defiantly at the gates, a lion among sheep. There is a moment, a heartbeat, where the world holds its breath. I can see the flicker of recognition in his eyes, a haunting understanding that the end is near. Achilles, he calls, his voice a clarion tale of regret and valor, echoing through the silence. You pursue vengeance like a moth to flame, but remember, vengeance is a hungry beast. It will consume you, just as it consumes me. But what does he know of the void left behind? What does he know of the raw, tearing need for retribution that pulses through my veins? You took him from me. I roar, the sound reverberating through the night like thunder, a promise, a curse. I feel alive. The blood throbs through me, hot and fierce, a rush of adrenaline that drowns out every other thought. The cosmos shifts, and in this moment, all that matters is the fight, the collision of destinies. The winds howl, echoing the chaos within me. The gods themselves hold their breath. Is this the culmination of all our fates? My heart beats, a war drum, as I plunge forward. I remember Patroclus, his smile, his laughter. I remember love twisted into fury. The battle is upon me, and I am a storm, unrelenting, unyielding, a force that cannot be contained. I am the wrath of Achilles, and there is no turning back. The air crackles with silence, an electric tension that hangs like fog in the breath of dawn. I stand, heart pounding, on a battlefield painted with the blood of 1,000 stories, tales of shattered dreams, love turned to ash, and a war waged not for land, but for a woman whose beauty incited madness. Helen. Her name is a whisper, a haunting echo in the minds of warriors, a spectre that dances on the edge of memory. Menelaus, king of Sparta, grips his sword tightly, knuckles white against the polished bronze. I see the storm brewing in his eyes, a tempest of rage and betrayal, a clash of love and fury. He is not just a man, he is a wounded beast, prowling the edge of despair. His heart thrums with the rhythm of 1,000 unanswered questions. Where did you go, Helen? What ghost lured you away? Across the field stands Paris, young and reckless, a fleeting shadow of a man wrapped in the arrogance of youth. His stance is relaxed, but beneath that facade lies a quaking resolve, a heart that teeters on the brink of understanding. He knows he has stolen fire from the gods, yet he wears his sin like a cloak, reveling in the warmth even as the flames threaten to consume him. Fate is a fickle mistress, and he senses her breath on his neck, urging him toward his destiny. I remember the night that ignited this conflict, a night so alive, it crackled through the universe. Stars whispered secrets, and the moon watched with knowing eyes as Helen and Paris shared a stolen moment. Every glance, every breath, a thread woven into the fabric of fate. But now, she stands as a phantom in their shadows, a curse wrapped in silk and sorrow. The air shifts, thick with the weight of impending doom. The crowd gathers, a sea of faces lit by the flickering torches, their murmurs a soft symphony of anticipation. They circle like vultures, hungry for the spectacle, the blood, the raw emotion of a duel that will shift the tides of history. I feel the thrum of their collective heartbeat, each pulse syncing with the restless drumbeat of the war. Menelaus steps forward, his voice a low growl. You took her from me, Paris. You stole my heart and shattered it into pieces. Paris's smile falters. For a moment, the bravado slips, revealing a boy lost in the shadows of a man. And you, Menelaus, are not the only one cursed by love. Whose heart beats in chains? Who among us is free? But the words hang in the air, trailing off into the void of uncertainty. I can almost hear the whispers of the gods above, their fingers twitching, writing the fate of men on the parchment of the cosmos. What is love but a prison, a gilded cage of longing? What is honor but a mask worn to hide the shame of desire? Menelaus lunges, an embodiment of fury, swift, unyielding. The sword arcs through the air like a comet, fierce and bright, cleaving the silence with a cry that pierces the hearts of all who bear witness. Time dilates, every heartbeat stretches into infinity. Paris sidesteps, the energy crackling between them like lightning, a dance of death, a poetic tragedy unfolding beneath the silent gaze of the moon. I remember the tension in the air as screams of the past echo through the present. Each clash of metal is a heartbeat, each dodge a breath drawn from the marrow of creation. The crowd holds its breath, suspended in a moment that feels both eternal and fleeting. The warriors move like dancers, their bodies a tapestry of grace and violence, love and hate, woven together by the hands of fate. Paris, desperate and defiant, counters with a thrust, a flick of the wrist honed by some divine instinct. It's a blow fueled by the passion of a stolen kiss, the warmth of Helen's laughter echoing in his ears. But Menelaus is a mountain, solid and unyielding. He absorbs the strike, his body swaying but never breaking. He channels his pain into power, each movement a testament to the years of love and betrayal, the years of waiting. And then, in that heartbeat of time, I see it, the doubt flickering in Paris's eyes, a fleeting ghost of uncertainty. He's caught between the thrill of conquest and the haunting knowledge of what's at stake. He is not just fighting for Helen, he is fighting for his own soul, for the very essence of the man he wishes to become. Menelaus strikes again, this time with a wild ferocity that sends shivers through the crowd. The blade glints, a hungry beast, and in that moment, I see the echoes of 1,000 battles, of love lost, of homes destroyed, of lives that have crumbled beneath the weight of desire. The air thickens with the smell of sweat and steel, the heady scent of impending doom. With a desperate scream, Paris retaliates, each swing a declaration of love and defiance. I will not yield. I will fight for what is mine. But what is his? The question hangs in the air, soft yet deafening. Helen, her name lingers like smoke, her image a haunting spectre in the backdrop of this brutal dance. What does she want? What fate has she woven with her choices? As the duel rages, the world around them fades, shadows creeping in, swallowing the light. The ground beneath their feet trembles, as if the earth itself mourns the impending tragedy. In those moments, I can feel the pulse of history, the heartbeat of time echoing through the very fabric of existence, pulsing in sync with the rise and fall of each warrior's breath. The tension is a knife, sharp enough to cut through the silence. Every heartbeat echoes a prayer, every breath a plea for mercy, for understanding, for resolution. The air vibrates with emotion, the kind that seeps into your bones, leaving a chill that resonates with the ache of longing, the agony of choice. And then, like a flash of lightning in the dark, it happens, a misstep, a slip, a moment of vulnerability. Menelaus drives forward, the blade finds its mark, and the crowd gasps collectively. Time halts, the world narrows to that singular point of impact, where love and hate collide in a cacophony of emotion. I remember the stillness that follows, the uneasy silence that blankets the battlefield. In that heartbeat, everything hangs in the balance, and the weight of the universe feels as if it rests upon my shoulders. The duel continues, the story unspooling, the threads weaving into a tapestry of fate, and in the heart of chaos, love finds a way to breathe. The night hung thick with foreboding, shadows swirling like whispers of a long-forgotten ghost. A single torch flickered, casting an eerie glow upon the blood-slicked ground, where the echoes of battle still lingered, haunting the very stones of Troy. I stood among the fallen, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest, every breath laced with the metallic taste of fear and desperation. Hector, the embodiment of honor and courage, stood at the forefront, his silhouette framed by the dying light, a colossus among mortals, yet even he was not invincible. I remember the tension in the air like a taut bowstring, vibrating with the promise of violence. He was not just a warrior, he was a son, a husband, a father. And with every clash of sword against shield, I could see the weight of his responsibility settle upon him like a shroud. His eyes held a tempest, a fierce love for his family, a burning desire to protect his city, and the unshakable knowledge that each step he took might lead him closer to an abyss from which he might never return. "Stay close to me, Andromache," he had said earlier, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the earth beneath our feet. But how could she? How could anyone remain close when the ground trembled with the fury of 100 men? Her face, once serene, was now marred with fear, her eyes wide pools of uncertainty, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope fighting against the dark. It was a fragile thing, hope, a candle in a storm, flickering, wavering, yet refusing to be extinguished. I remember, she had whispered, her fingers trembling against the fabric of his armor, the laughter of our son, the way he calls for you. Each word struck him like a dagger, piercing his resolve, binding him to her with the chains of love and dread. The city around them crumbled like dry leaves beneath a heavy boot, and still, they lingered in that moment, suspended in a breathless dance of fate. And then, the horn sounded, a deafening wail that shattered the fragile peace of their embrace. The Trojans, a sea of desperate faces, surged forward, their cries rising like smoke in the air, and Hector stood tall, a beacon among the chaos. He drew his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the flickering light, an extension of himself, a silent promise of protection. But I could see it in his eyes, the uncertainty wrapped around him like a shroud. He was not merely fighting for glory, he was fighting for survival, for those he loved, and that made the anguish all the more profound. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of death that echoed through the narrow streets, each note hauntingly beautiful in its brutality. I could feel the pulse of the city, beating in time with the rhythm of battle, each heartbeat a prayer, each prayer a plea for mercy. I watched as Hector charged into the fray, a lion among sheep, yet with every swing of his sword, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down upon him. The fear was palpable, unrelenting, wrapping around my heart like a vice. Could he truly be Troy's greatest defender? Or was he simply a man bound by duty, destined to fall? In the distance, I saw Achilles, the embodiment of wrath, his fury like a tempest unleashed. The ground trembled beneath his fury, and the sun seemed to flinch at the sight of his bloodlust. Hector's eyes narrowed, the storm within him brewing. He was not afraid, not of the mighty Achilles, not of death itself, but of the memories that would haunt him should he fail. I remember, he had said once, the faces of the fallen, the dreams that slipped through my fingers like sand. I will not add to their numbers. But war has a way of twisting even the noblest of intentions. As the night deepened, so did the shadows of doubt, creeping into Hector's heart like a thief in the night. Each victory was tinged with loss, each breath, a reminder of what he stood to lose. Andromach's face flickered in his mind, a haunting apparition that whispered promises of love and security, but the reality was a cacophony of screams, the scent of blood mingling with the smoke of burning homes. Fight, Hector! I wanted to scream, to shake him from the slumber of despair that threatened to consume him. But in that moment, I was merely an observer, tethered to the earth, unable to intervene in the dance of fate. The clash of weapons echoed like thunder, and the heavens seemed to weep for the despair unfolding below. And then, a moment of clarity pierced the chaos, a glimmer of light breaking through the darkness. Hector turned, his gaze locking with Andromach from across the battlefield, a fleeting connection that transcended time and space. In that gaze, there was a promise. A promise that, no matter the outcome, his love would endure. It was a moment so raw, so visceral, that it drew the breath from my lungs. But the battle surged on, relentless and unyielding. Each strike of the sword echoed with the weight of their choices, the lives intertwined like threads in a tapestry fraying at the edges. Hector's resolve crystallized. He was not just fighting for Troy, he was fighting for every whispered prayer, every dream held dear. The sky darkened, the stars shying away from the violence below, and yet, even in the midst of chaos, I could hear the whispers of fate winding through the night air, binding their destinies together. I remember, Hector whispered to himself, the words barely audible over the din of battle. I remember my father's voice, the way he spoke of honor. But in this moment, the honor was stained with the blood of loved ones, the very essence of Troy hanging by a thread. And as the inevitable approached, the final clash loomed like a specter, a reminder that life is but a fleeting moment, a battle against time and memory, love and loss. As I stood there, the battlefield a blur of shadow and light, I felt the weight of their story settle upon me. Hector, Andromach, Achilles, each driven by their own ghosts, their own desires, caught in the relentless tide of fate. The heartache, the courage, the raw, unyielding truth of their existence poured over me like a cold wave. And just as it seemed the world would collapse under the weight of despair, the ground trembled with the promise of something greater, a connection that transcended the bloodshed, a bond that whispered through the darkness. The final clash was not just a battle, it was a testament to the human spirit, a reminder that even amidst the chaos, love can rise like a phoenix, fierce and unyielding, defying the very nature of fate. The night held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next breath, waiting for Hector, Troy's greatest defender, to rise once more against the encroaching shadows. A moment suspended in time, aching for resolution, yet lingering in the depths of the soul, unrelenting, unyielding, forever echoing in the silence that followed. The air was thick, charged with an unspoken dread, as Cassandra stood on the edge of the crumbling stone terrace, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Beneath her, the city of Troy lay sprawled, a mosaic of flickering torches and shadowy figures, unaware of the darkness looming just outside the horizon. She could feel it, a spectral hand gripping her throat, tightening with each breath, each pulse of fate echoing through her bones. The walls, once vibrant with the laughter of life, now screamed secrets into the wind, a cacophony of voices only she could hear. I remember, she whispered, the words falling from her lips like autumn leaves, brittle and dead. I remember the way the air crackled before the storm, how the whispers of doom brushed against my skin. Goosebumps prickled her arms as she recalled visions that had come to her, vivid and horrifying, each one a nail in the coffin of her sanity. A parade of shadows danced just out of sight, figures she could never fully grasp, yet she could feel their cold breath on her neck. Fate was a cruel mistress, and she was her unwilling servant. Across the terrace, her brother, Hector, stood like a statue carved from granite, his jaw set, eyes aflame with determination. Cassandra, he called, his voice a lifeline in the chaos swirling around them. We must prepare. They come for us. The urgency in his tone sliced through her despair, yet a painful truth clawed at her heart. Hector, brave and noble, was blind to the reality she had seen. The city was crumbling, hope was a distant memory, and the fates had already woven their tapestry, one thread of blood at a time. "I see it all, Hector," she replied, her voice trembling with the weight of her visions. "The flames licking at the walls, the screams of our people, the betrayal that lies cloaked in the shadows. They will come. They will destroy us." She was no ordinary seer. The gods had burdened her with knowledge, a gift that felt more like a curse. Her brother's face twisted with a mix of disbelief and concern, the love between them a fragile thread barely holding them together. "Cassandra, stop this," he implored, stepping closer, desperation etched across his handsome features. "You're scaring me." There it was, that familiar ache in her chest, the knowledge that she was the harbinger of doom, the ghost that haunted her own family. She wanted to scream, to claw at her own skin until the visions bled away, leaving her with nothing but the sweet ignorance of normalcy. "I remember," she murmured again, eyes flickering to the distant horizon where darkness dipped into light, a cosmic dance of fate that felt both inevitable and cruelly poetic. "I remember the day you left for war, the way I begged you to stay. I could feel the weight of your armor, the cold embrace of death that lingered just outside the gates." She could see the shadows gathering, could feel them tugging at her, inviting her to join their macabre ballet. "But you went, and now we pay the price." Hector shook his head, fists clenching at his sides. "No. We fight. We protect our people." The fire in his eyes was fierce, yet Cassandra could see the flickering doubt beneath. The cracks in his armor were widening, the burden of leadership heavy on his shoulders. Her heart ached for him, a deep well of sorrow that threatened to swallow her whole. And then, from the dimness of the shadows, another figure emerged, Paris, the lover, the fool, the one who had ignited the spark of war. His presence was like a storm rolling in, chaotic and beautiful, yet infused with a despair that clung to him like smoke. "Hector, Cassandra, the enemy is at our gates," he announced, voice bold yet laced with trepidation. "They come for blood." Cassandra's breath caught in her throat, a sudden chill spiraling down her spine. She saw it then, the end, the blood-soaked streets, the cries for mercy swallowed by fire. "You don't understand," she whispered, the words clawing their way up her throat. "You don't know what I see." Paris stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "What is it? What do you see?" His arrogance faltered in the face of her fear, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the vulnerability beneath the bravado. "Tell me, Cassandra. We can change it." The desperation in his voice mirrored her own, a terrifying reflection of hope against the tide of doom that was poised to crash upon them. "I remember the shadows," she breathed, grasping at the fragments of her visions. "I remember the faces of our people, the way their eyes widen in horror as the flames consume everything they love. I remember the suffocating silence that follows." She squeezed her eyes shut against the torrent. "You cannot fight fate. You cannot outrun the doom that waits." Hector's hand gripped her shoulder, a grounding presence, yet she could feel the tremor of fear beneath his strength. "We will fight, Cassandra. We will not go quietly into the night." But the shadows were thickening, swirling like ink in water, and she could taste despair on her tongue, a bitter reminder of the truth she could not escape. The city groaned around them, a living entity caught in the throes of a violent dream, its heartbeats echoing in time with their own. The weight of prophecy bore down on Cassandra, a shroud of inevitability she could not shake. She watched her brother transform, the hope in his eyes battling against the dark reality she painted with each breath, each heartbeat a countdown to the chaos that awaited. And she knew then, in that piercing moment of clarity, that love and war were intertwined in a brutal waltz, a dance that would lead them all to their graves. The clock ticked steadily, and every second felt like a countdown to an unthinkable end. As shadows shifted and time unfurled, she stood at the precipice of despair, torn between the love for her brother and the haunting echoes of doom that reverberated within her soul. Fate was written now, inked in blood and tears, and there was no turning back. The night was closing in, and as her heart raced, she could only wonder how much longer they had before the darkness consumed them all. A scream pierced the stillness, raw and unrefined, echoing through the shadowed halls of Olympus. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, caught between the weight of impending doom and the electric anticipation of what was to come. A storm brewed, not in the skies, but in the hearts of the gods. Tension hummed like a taut string, ready to snap. Athena, fierce and resolute, her olive-green gaze flickering with both wisdom and rage, stood at the edge of the abyss. Her fingers trembled, not with fear but with the knowledge of the devastation that lay ahead. She had always been the strategist, the planner, each move calculated, yet now, all her intellect felt like little more than a fragile glass against the relentless tide of fate. If they take him, her voice was a whisper beneath the roaring chaos, and it crashed against my consciousness like a wave. They will destroy everything. But Hera, cloaked in her own tempest, stood across from her. Dressed in the colors of a storm, dark greens and stormy grays, she embodied the wrath of 1,000 storms. Her heart felt heavy, weighed down by betrayal and longing. "You think you can save him," she spat, each word laced with venom. "You've plotted, schemed, yet here we are, standing on the precipice. What have you truly accomplished?" The truth stung, sharp and unyielding, yet beneath her bitter words lay a desperation that resonated, a longing for something greater than power. In the distance, the clash of armies echoed, the ground trembling beneath the weight of their marching feet. The city of Troy stood like a sentient being, its walls looming tall and defiant, yet crumbling under the pressure of impending war. Memories of laughter and love slipped through the cracks, lives lived and lost, dreams dashed against the stone. And here they were, two goddesses, poised like chess pieces on a board they had both designed, yet unable to predict where the next move would lead. "I remember," I whispered, the memory flooding back, the sun-soaked days, the laughter of children, the warmth of camaraderie. I remember how it felt to hope. Hope, that fragile butterfly, fluttered dangerously close to the flame of despair, and I felt its wings singe. Athena clenched her fists, the pulse of determination radiating from her. "We're not powerless, Hera," she insisted, her voice rising, the intensity growing thicker than the clouds that loomed overhead. "We can't let them take him. Not again." Her words hung in the air, heavy with both promise and dread, and the shadows of doubt danced around them, teasing at the edges of her resolve. "If we intervene, if we take sides," Hera's voice was a dark melody, a whisper threaded with regret. "We risk everything." Her heart bled for the boy. He was not just a pawn. He was hope wrapped in flesh, a beacon for both their ambitions and fears. "What if he falls, Athena? What if all our choices lead to nothing but despair?" The air crackled, thickening like a fog rolling in from the sea, wrapping around every thought until clarity felt like a distant star, unreachable. Athena's eyes glinted with the fire of conviction, but behind that flame flickered a shadow of doubt. "We are gods, Hera," she breathed, "and it is our duty to shape the fate of mortals. Will you stand aside and let them suffer?" A lightning bolt split the sky, and for a heartbeat, time paused. It was a reminder of their power, the chaos that surrounded them, and the fragile strings of fate that held them all together. The world below was a canvas splashed with blood and bravery, love and loss. "I remember," I murmured again, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull me under. "I remember the first battle, the thrill of triumph that twisted like a knife." Each memory was sharper than the last, a dagger driven deeper into my psyche. But what of the ones who fall? The innocent caught in the fray. Tension coiled tighter, a serpent ready to strike, as Hera turned her gaze away, the internal struggle visible on her face. "You see only victory, Athena, but all I see are the ghosts of those who have lost everything. The sacrifices," her voice cracked, breaking like glass underfoot. "Can we truly call ourselves protectors if we leave destruction in our wake?" The echoes of their past mingled with the present, a haunting melody that resonated within the very essence of my being. The gods were not just figures of power, they were embodiments of humanity's deepest flaws, and in their conflict, I felt the weight of my own heartache, my own struggles. As the armies closed in, a whisper of fear curled around my thoughts. What would happen when the dust settled? Would they be left with victory, or would they find themselves amidst ruins? Athena stepped closer, her resolve hardening like steel. "We will make our choice, and in that choice, we will find the truth. No more shadows. No more hiding." A shiver ran down my spine. The clock was ticking, the breath of time drawing tighter around us. Each heartbeat echoed louder, drowning out the screams of war. What if it's a lie? I breathed, the words barely escaping my lips. What if we're merely pawns in a game far greater than us? The silence that followed was deafening. Each goddess held her ground, fear and resolve etched on their faces, and I could almost hear the universe holding its breath. The air was thick with unsaid words, with the weight of 1,000 decisions hanging precariously in the balance. And as the first arrow flew, slicing through the air, a dark promise unfurled, a promise of chaos, of choice, and of the bittersweet tang of destiny. The stage was set, the gods had chosen their sides, and the war was only just beginning. Time would twist and turn, weaving their fates together like the threads of an unbreakable tapestry, each moment echoing into eternity. This was not the end. No, this was only the beginning. The gods had taken sides, and the echoes of their decisions would resonate far beyond the reach of Olympus. The world below braced for a storm, and I felt every drop of anticipation and dread, like a heartbeat that would never cease. The battlefield lay shrouded in a heavy silence, the kind that makes your skin crawl like 1,000 ants beneath your flesh. Dust hung in the air, swirling like the ghosts of fallen heroes, and the stench of sweat mingled with blood, a pungent reminder that death was not a distant spectre but an intimate companion. I remember the moment before the storm, the heartbeat drawn too long, an exhale caught in an unseen chokehold. Achilles stood apart from the chaos, a titan of wrath and sorrow, his armor glinting ominously in the dim light, a mocking sparkle in the face of impending doom. His brow furrowed, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of fear in his eyes, fear not of the enemy but of losing everything he held dear. Patroclus, his beloved companion, stood armed and resolute, a flame burning fiercely against the backdrop of despair. I remember the stories, I felt myself whispering, the ones we told under the stars, how heroes rise and fall. But this was no story, the air was thick with certainty that something unspeakable was about to rip through their bond. Patroclus, with his golden curls and soft smile that could melt the coldest heart, had donned Achilles' armor, a desperate act of defiance and desperation. His hands trembled around the sword, the weight of destiny hanging above him like the sword of Damocles, poised to drop. In that moment, he was no longer just Achilles' friend, he was a warrior, driven by the desire to turn the tide of a war that had stretched like an endless night. But Achilles had seen too much. His breath was a storm, his fists clenched around memories of laughter, of warmth, of love, each pulse a reminder of all he stood to lose. "Stay with me, Patroclus," he pleaded, his voice raw and broken, a mere shadow of the fierce warrior who had once roared defiance against gods and men alike. "You are my heart, my strength. Do not seek glory that is not yours." The shadows whispered back, wrapping around them like a cloak of inevitability. As Patroclus nodded, determination etched in his features, a sense of foreboding surged through me, a tidal wave crashing against the shore of hope. I remember, I thought, feeling the ache in my chest, the moments when bravery feels like a curse. The clash of swords began, a cacophony of metal against metal, screams echoing like a symphony of despair. In that chaos, Patroclus fought with the ferocity of 1,000 warriors, fueled by love and desperation. Each strike was a heartbeat, every enemy that fell a prayer whispered into the ether. Sweat trickled down his brow, mingling with the dust of the battlefield, and for a moment, the world stood still. Then, as if to mock the very fates, he faced Hector. The Prince of Troy, a lion in a den of wolves, stood tall and unyielding, and I could see the flicker of recognition pass between them, a moment suspended in time, where both knew what was to come. Hector's gaze was cold, his heart hardened against the warmth of friendship. He lunged, an embodiment of fate, and the world spiraled into chaos once more. "Patroclus!" Achilles roared, but it was a cry swallowed by the tempest. The blade met flesh, and in that singular moment, time fractured. Patroclus fell, his blood staining the earth a deep crimson, spilling like the dreams he would never fulfill. I felt it, the shattering of something sacred, a bond torn asunder. Achilles fell to his knees, shaking, rage and sorrow intertwining in a deadly embrace. "No!" His voice was a primal scream, a sound that echoed through the ages, reverberating with a loss that transcended time. The heart-wrenching sight of Patroclus, his body lifeless and pale against the backdrop of war, pierced through the fog of battle. The air grew thick, and even the stars above seemed to dim, mourning the loss of a hero who fought not just for glory but for love. And there stood Achilles, a statue of grief and wrath, the moment stretching into eternity, the world around him fading into a distant blur. Cries of battle morphed into a haunting melody, a dirge for the lost, and I could feel the heat of vengeance rising like a phoenix in his chest. By the gods, he swore, each word a dagger thrust into the heart of Troy, I will make them pay. In that moment, I felt the madness take root, an intoxicating blend of fury and despair. Achilles was no longer just a warrior, he became a force of nature, a tempest unleashed upon the world. I could hear the whispers of the past, tales of heroes who lost themselves in their rage, and I felt the weight of that truth settling heavily upon my soul. With every step he took toward Hector, it was as if the ground itself trembled beneath him. The world had shifted, the tides of fate had turned. I remember feeling the anticipation crackle in the air, a current of energy that thrummed against my skin, pulling me closer to the brink of disaster. The clash between Achilles and Hector was inevitable, a symphony of vengeance that played out against the backdrop of a war that had consumed everything. I could see the shadows of their past flickering in their eyes, friendships, losses, the cruel irony of fate. War is hell, they'd say, but it was moments like these that wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I could scarcely breathe. And then the moment came, the crescendo of violence, the moment where love and loss collided in a terrible reckoning. Achilles struck, a ray of vengeance brought down upon Hector, and the sound echoed, a final note in a haunting melody of despair. The battlefield quieted, a stillness after the storm, but within me, the echoes raged on. The death of Patroclus was not just a turning point in a war, it was the crucible that would forge a greater fury, a relentless pursuit of vengeance that would consume them all. As I watched Achilles stand over Hector's fallen form, a new darkness bloomed in the heart of the hero. I felt it pulse in my own chest, a reminder that within that grief lay the seeds of destruction. What have we become? I wondered, but no answer came. Only the unyielding weight of loss, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence that followed. And I knew, in that moment, the cycle would continue, the war would rage on, fueled by grief, love, and the insatiable longing for revenge. Time stretched before me, infinite and unyielding, like the cosmos itself, and I felt the cold hands of fate tightening around us all. The war was far from over. Chapter 15. The rage of Achilles, revenge and repercussions. The air crackles like dry autumn leaves beneath a relentless foot. I remember the moment when the world shifted, a thick silence strangling the battlefield, every breath hanging heavy like a storm cloud pregnant with anguish. There he stood, Achilles, golden hair catching the dying light, rage seeping from his very pores. It was palpable, an entity of its own, ready to consume him whole. His wrath was a shadow, stretching long and dark across the scarred earth, demanding blood, demanding justice. Patroclus! A ghostly whisper tore through the chaos, barely a breath above the howling wind. I remember the way Achilles' eyes glinted with a mix of horror and anger, the name twisting in the air like a spectre, a reminder of love lost to the unforgiving hands of fate. Patroclus, the gentle soul, who wore kindness like a second skin, now lay still, a lifeless husk beneath the sun's merciless gaze. "Get up," he growled, desperation clawing at his throat. "Get up!" Each word was a dagger, thrust into the silence, echoing back like a derisive laugh. I remember the way the other warriors looked away, unable to bear the sight of their hero unraveling, like a tapestry torn and frayed. They had tasted the bitterness of his grief before, but this was a chasm deeper than despair, this was the abyss. In that moment, Hector stood at the edge of his own fate, eyes narrowed with determination. He was a warrior, a king, yet he felt the weight of every heartbeat thrumming through the ground, reverberating back into his soul. He had seen the abyss in Achilles' eyes, had heard the whispers of vengeance echoing in the hollow chambers of his heart. The threads of their destinies wove tighter, a grotesque tapestry of honor and fury. Hector felt the heat rise within him, the fire of 1,000 suns, igniting the air, igniting his will to fight, to stand firm against the storm that was Achilles. "Is this how you honor your friend?" Hector shouted, voice ringing through the stillness, taunting, a challenge laced with fear. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision, the promises of retribution that hung thick in the atmosphere. I will burn your city to the ground." Achilles roared, the words escaping his lips like a primal scream, laced with the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes. I remember the fury that danced in his eyes, an inferno waiting to be unleashed. The other warriors could feel it, the tension wrapping around them like a noose, tightening with each heartbeat, each breath. But grief and rage are a volatile concoction, and Achilles was a man teetering on the edge of oblivion. I remember watching as he turned, back toward his men, the weight of loss dragging him down like chains of iron. They watched him, a king stripped bare of armor, exposed and vulnerable, consumed by the wildfire of his own making. They were afraid, not just of Achilles, but of the wrath that would soon erupt, a storm that would swallow everything in its path. Hector, resolute yet trembling, felt the stirrings of dread. He was a man, a brother, a lover, steeped in the shadow of impending destruction. "You think revenge brings you solace?" he challenged, his voice trembling but defiant. "You think death is the answer?" The question lingered, an echo that danced around them, mocking the unquenchable thirst for vengeance. "Solace?" Achilles barked, the word dripping with scorn. "It is the only thing left." And there it was, the truth, raw and unadulterated, slashing through the pretense. The air thickened with the intensity of their emotions, as both men faced the tragic reality of their choices. Achilles stood on the precipice, while Hector, ever the protector, struggled against the tide of destiny, the currents of fate threatening to pull them both into the abyss. I remember the way the shadows shifted, flickering like candles in a storm, whispering promises of bloodshed and glory. In that moment, time twisted, spiraling backward, showing flashes of laughter, feasts, and long nights under the stars, all memories now etched in sorrow. Achilles was not just a warrior, he was a man who had lost everything, a friend, a brotherhood, a piece of his very soul. Patroclus! The name echoed again, a mournful keening that clawed at the hearts of those who dared to listen. Achilles' hands curled into fists, trembling with restless energy, a desperate need for retribution simmering in his veins. I remember the moment when his gaze locked onto Hector, the air between them charged with unspoken words, a challenge, a promise, a curse. It felt like the world stopped, the horizon blurring into oblivion as Hector prepared for the inevitable. Stripped of his armor, he was still a warrior, a flickering candle against an all-consuming darkness. "If we fight, it is for honor," he asserted, but even he faltered, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Yet, what honor is there in bloodshed? What legacy is forged from the ashes of vengeance? Achilles took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath him, heart racing like a drumbeat in the silence that followed. "You will learn what it means to face my wrath," he hissed, voice low, the promise hanging in the air, thick as smoke. I remember the way the other soldiers shifted, tension thrumming through their bodies like a live wire. They stood in the shadow of giants, a storm brewing in the hearts of men, two worlds on the brink of collision. The cosmos watched, indifferent, as these men danced on the edge of fate, driven by grief and rage, a symphony of fury ready to erupt. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the earth, time seemed to slow, hearts pounding in unison, a chaotic heartbeat against the stillness. Achilles and Hector, two men bound by the tragic dance of fate, stood poised on the brink, poised for a confrontation that would echo through the ages. The fury of Achilles surged, unstoppable, like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, while Hector braced himself, knowing that honor and vengeance would collide in a violent symphony, with repercussion hanging thick in the air. In that moment, I felt it, the raw, electric tension of their destinies intertwining, a promise of destruction, a promise of glory. The world was a tenuous thread, frayed and fragile, and I was caught in the web of their rage and sorrow, witnessing the birth of legends forged in the crucible of pain. Chaos erupted in the heart of Troy, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of fear and blood. The sun hung low, a cruel voyeur casting long shadows that danced like wraiths across the battlefield. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, each thud resonating in my chest, a warning, a promise, a heartbeat that spoke of life and death. I remember Hector, standing proud yet haunted, his armor glinting like a fading star in a twilight sky, struggling to hold the weight of a city and the burden of a brother's shame upon his shoulders. They say a hero is forged in fire, but they don't tell you about the scars it leaves. Hector was scarred, not just in skin but in spirit. Every victory felt like a betrayal, every cheer from his people a dagger in his heart. He fought not just for honor but for a flickering hope, the hope of peace, the hope that tomorrow would not be drenched in the blood of the innocent. I watched him doubt, his shoulders sagging under the armor, each breath a battle against the gravity of impending loss. And yet, he moved forward, driven by something primal, something that spoke to the very essence of humanity. Across the field, Achilles lurked like a wolf in the shadows, rage and grief entwined in a tragic dance. His eyes burned with the kind of fury that could ignite worlds, but deep down, I sensed the tremors of pain. He had lost a friend, a brother in arms, and revenge ran through his veins like wildfire. I felt the tension stretch between them, two men bound by fate, yet separated by a chasm of misunderstanding, pride, and fate's cruel hand. I remember how Achilles, the invincible warrior, felt so very small in the moments of quiet, when the world hushed, and only his grief echoed in the silence. The clash of steel was a symphony of despair as men fought and fell, their cries drowning in the cacophony of war. I saw Hector meet the eyes of his mother in the crowd. The way she looked at him, a blend of fierce pride and unending dread, was a mirror to every parent who had ever watched their child walk into battle, knowing they might never return. "Remember," she seemed to whisper through the chaos. "Remember who you are." But how could he? How could any of us remember when we were constantly drowning in the tide of violence that surged around us? Memory was slippery, and time felt like a cruel joke. I could see the strings of fate tightening around Hector as he faced the looming shadows of destiny that were the Greek forces. They were coming, relentless and merciless. It was a ballet of death, one that he was forced to dance upon. In that moment, I felt the weight of Hector's resolve, the thrill of his courage. He charged into the fray, a lion amidst the sheep, but I also felt the tremors of doubt echo in his heart. His thoughts raced as fast as the arrows that flew past, each one a reminder of what he stood to lose. I remember a fleeting thought, a whisper that danced just out of reach, is this heroism or folly? Then came the moment when time seemed to freeze, and in that stillness, everything whispered. The noise of battle faded, and all I heard was the sound of Hector's breath, ragged yet steady. The world sharpened to a point. There was Achilles, furious and focused, each step towards Hector heavy with the weight of destiny. The impending confrontation felt electric, tinged with a kind of inevitability that made my skin prickle. "Why do you fight, Hector?" Achilles roared, his voice cutting through the din like a knife. "Is it for glory? Or is it for a fleeting hope that you can save them?" Hector, in his heart, knew the answer was neither. It was for the love of those who depended on him, a love that flickered like a flame in the wind. But could that love withstand the storm? I remember the moment he squared his shoulders, the fire in his eyes igniting a spark of defiance. "I fight for my family, for my city, for the souls that look to me for strength," he declared, even as the shadows around him grew darker, taunting him with the specter of loss. And then the world crashed back in, the clash of swords, the cries of warriors, the bitter stench of sweat and blood. It was all-consuming, a tide that threatened to engulf the essence of what Hector was, what he had fought to preserve. He lunged, a blur of movement, and there it was, that moment of collision between man and myth, hero and tragic figure. With every strike, every parry, I felt the sorrow seep through the blood-soaked earth. This was not just a fight, it was a culmination of dreams and nightmares, of hopes and regrets. I watched Hector, each swing of his sword a plea to the gods for mercy, each heartbeat echoing a silent prayer. He was in the moment, lost yet found, a paradox in motion, a true hero fighting against the inevitable. But the gods are capricious, and the fates are fickle. I felt the air shift, the weight of despair wrapping around Hector like a vice. In that instant, I understood, he was not just fighting Achilles. He was fighting against the very fabric of fate, the cruel tapestry woven by the hands of time. Every blow he exchanged was a desperate defiance against the thread that sought to unravel him. And in the blink of an eye, it happened. In the chaos of battle, the clamor of war became a deafening silence, and I felt the world stop as Hector fell. The ground beneath him kissed the earth, and for a moment, I held my breath, the weight of that moment crashing over me like a wave. Time stretched, and I was left gasping, grappling with the enormity of loss. His eyes, those fierce, steadfast eyes, faded, and I could almost hear the whispers of his mother, the echoes of his city, the cries of his children, all intertwining in a haunting symphony. I felt grief pour through me, a raw torrent, as if the world was crumbling around me. Hector, the hero, the tragic figure, the man who had fought against destiny itself, lay broken on the battlefield, a stark reminder of the price of heroism. And with that, the darkness closed in. I remember the shadows lengthening, the cries of the hearts left behind. The battle raged on, but for Hector, the fight was over. For all his courage, the weight of tragedy settled heavily upon him, and I was left standing, haunted by the echoes of what had been and what could never be. The sun dipped below the horizon, and with it, the last flicker of hope. I was left suspended in the twilight, caught between the heroism of yesterday and the tragedy of tomorrow. The fire crackled like a heartbeat, relentless and consuming, illuminating the faces of warriors whose eyes reflected more than mere shadows. In the depths of night, the air bristled with an electric tension that hung heavy enough to suffocate. Paranoia seeped in, mingling with the acrid scent of sweat and fear, wrapping around the throats of those who dared to breathe. I could almost hear their thoughts, a cacophony of dread. Would the plan hold? Would the deceit engulf them in flames, or would it be the key that unlocked victory? I remember the moment I first heard the whispers of the horse. The hushed tones filled the corners of our camp, curling like wisps of smoke. Odysseus stood among us, a silhouette against the firelight, his gaze distant yet sharp, as if he were both here and lost in a different time. A master puppeteer, orchestrating a symphony of betrayal wrapped in the guise of a gift. His smile, a thin line of confidence, sent jolts through my core. How could he believe this would work? How could I? My heart raced, its rhythm matching the pulsing uncertainty around us. Next to me stood Cassandra, her eyes wide with the weight of knowing. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, "This is madness. They will not fall for it." But the words fell into the chasm of disbelief, swallowed by the rising tide of hope. She was plagued by visions that danced like fireflies on the edge of reality, and yet here we were, standing at the precipice of destruction. Every night, she woke screaming, the echoes of her nightmares clawing at the fabric of her mind. I traced the lines of her furrowed brow, the skin stretched taut with the weight of her foresight. I admired her courage, the way she stood defiant even as dread coiled within her. The world had deemed her a harbinger of doom, yet I saw a warrior spirit fighting to break free. Then there was Hector, the noble and the shattered. I couldn't bear to look into his eyes when the horse emerged, a monstrous gift cloaked in wooden deception. His heart had battled fiercely, but now it seemed ready to surrender. "We must trust Odysseus," he whispered, as if the act of saying it could forge a bond of faith. But his voice cracked, betraying the turmoil within. I could almost taste the bitterness, the longing for clarity, the agonizing hope of survival drizzled with despair. With every ticking heartbeat, the night spiraled toward an inevitable confrontation. Was the horse a blessing or a curse? A beacon of hope, or a Pandora's box ready to unleash horrors? As tension thickened, I felt the very air vibrate, charged with ancient prophecies and dire warnings. I remembered the stories, the way the gods played with mortals, weaving their fates with threads of fate that twisted and tangled. Shadows danced around us, a macabre ballet, as warriors gathered, their faces glistening with sweat and uncertainty. The horse loomed larger, an undeniable presence, a grotesque monument to our desperation. I could sense the pulse of fear coursing through our ranks, a melody of dread that played louder than the crackling fire. Each soldier wrestled with his demons, dreams of glory battled with nightmares of death. "Look at it," Cassandra murmured, her voice breaking through the haze. "It smiles at us, and yet it knows only destruction." Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and I reached for her hand, squeezing it tight, hoping to anchor us both in this swirling storm. The night was dark, but we were not alone. We remained tethered, marionettes in a play penned by fate's cruel pen. The moment stretched, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. Time fractured, a kaleidoscope of potential futures swirling before me. I remembered laughing at the absurdity of our existence as if humor could shield us from the encroaching shadows. To think, our fate rests in a wooden horse, I quipped, though the joke hung hollow in the air, laughter swallowed by the weight of mistrust. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, a shiver of realization coursed through me. Deception glimmered like a blade in the morning light. We were the architects of our own demise, the authors of our tragedy. The Trojan horse was not just an illusion, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and the inherent fragility of trust. All at once, I felt the suffocating grip of betrayal, my breath hitching in my throat. "Let's take it," I said, the words bursting forth, desperate and raw. "Let's plunge into the belly of the beast." My heart raced, and for a fleeting moment, I believed that perhaps we could outsmart the gods, weave our own fate amidst the chaos. Cassandra's face paled, her lips parting in disbelief. "You would gamble our lives on a lie." But Hector stepped forward, his gaze steady, filled with a flicker of defiance. "Sometimes, lies are all we have left." Something shifted in the air, the weight of our decisions colliding like thunder. Cassandra's hands trembled as she clutched her heart. "You'd lead us to our doom." Her voice was a haunting plea, a desperate song of warning. But in that moment, the noise of the camp faded into a whisper. It was just us three, caught in a web of our own making, threads of fate intertwining around our souls. As the sun rose, the horse stood still, a grotesque yet beautiful enigma. Its wooden exterior gleamed, and the shadows danced playfully around it. I could feel the pulse of history, the weight of every choice that had led us to this moment. Breathless anticipation hung thick in the air, and as we took our first steps toward the beast, I knew one thing for certain: the line between salvation and destruction was razor thin, and we were about to walk it. In that breathless silence, our fate was sealed, and the world outside faded. The echoes of our hearts pounded fiercely in my ears, and the night's secrets began to unravel. I remember the moment before the storm, and I knew this was only the beginning. The sky above Troy was a shroud of grey, heavy and pregnant with despair. The sun, a cruel memory, hid behind the darkened clouds, as if even the heavens recoiled from the impending doom. I stood amidst the chaos, my heart racing, pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird seeking freedom. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, mingling with the distant echoes of war cries that twisted through the crumbling streets. Walls that had stood for centuries trembled, and I could feel them groaning, mourning the inevitable. I stumbled forward, my boots sinking into the mud, a grim reminder of the countless lives lost in this wretched siege. My hand brushed against the cold stone of the wall, a futile anchor in this storm of emotions. I remembered the stories of glory, of heroes, the whisper of my mother's voice laced with hope. Yet here I was, Priam's son, Hector's brother, feeling more like a ghost than a warrior. Desperation clawed at my throat. How had we come to this moment? Paris. My name echoed, sharp and clear, like a knife cutting through the somber air. I turned to see Helen, her beauty, once a beacon, now a haunting spectre against the backdrop of destruction. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the flames dancing in the distance. "They're coming for us." "We can't," her words faltered, caught in the web of our shared despair. I reached for her, but the distance between us felt insurmountable. "We'll fight," I said, my voice trembling, a fragile promise mingled with the tremors of fear. "We can't let them take Troy." But deep inside, I knew that my words were a feeble attempt to mask the gnawing dread that had settled in my chest like a stone. The sound of clashing swords reached my ears, a symphony of chaos that sent shivers down my spine. I remembered my brother Hector, his laughter, a melody in my memory, now overshadowed by the weight of his absence. I could still see him, standing tall, unyielding against the tide of fate. "This is for our people," he had said, his voice steady, fierce. "We will not falter." But I, Paris, had faltered. My heart raced as I thought of the price we would pay for my choices. Helen, the woman I loved, the woman who had brought this war to our gates, was now the symbol of our ruin. She was the fire that had ignited the flames of war, and as I looked into her eyes, I felt the unbearable weight of that truth. "What have we done?" I whispered, the question hanging between us like a noose. "Not we," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with guilt. You brought this upon us." Her words cut deeper than any sword could. The truth shifted like shadows, drawing closer, suffocating in its approach. I wanted to argue, to defend myself, but the words melted away, leaving only the taste of ash on my tongue. A sudden crash echoed through the streets, and the ground shook beneath us. The walls, those steadfast guardians, were crumbling, their stones falling like our hopes. I could hear the screams of my people, a chorus of despair, and with each cry, a piece of my soul fractured. "We need to go," I urged, panic clawing at my insides. But Helen stood rooted, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where dark figures emerged, shadows of our enemies, waiting, hungry for blood. "I can't leave," she breathed, the weight of her decision anchoring her. "This is my home, Paris. My life, my love, it's all here." I wanted to scream, to shake her from her stupor, but the words died in my throat, swallowed by a tide of helplessness. The sun dipped lower, casting a ghastly glow over the battlefield. It felt like the universe was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. I could see the flickering torches of the Greeks advancing, their silhouettes like specters rising from the ashes. Fear gripped me, twisting like a knife through my gut. Would this be the end of our story? Would we be forgotten like the dust that settled on the stones of our city? Then, a shout rang out, cutting through the suffocating silence. It was the voice of our commander, Agamemnon, a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He rallied his troops, promising glory and vengeance, drowning out our cries of despair with a torrent of fervor. I could see his twisted smile, a predator relishing the scent of blood. "We will take Troy," he bellowed. "We will show them the price of betrayal." But betrayal ran deeper than the blood on our hands. It was a poison that festered within our hearts, binding us in a web of guilt and regret. I looked at Helen, her beauty now a haunting reminder of what had been lost. "You have to choose, Helen," I urged. "Us, or this madness?" But her gaze remained distant, a ghost caught between two worlds. I could feel the pull of time as it slipped through my fingers like sand. Memories flooded my mind, our laughter, our stolen moments, the warmth of our love. "I remember," I began, but the words fell away, lost to the winds of fate. The reality of our situation crashed against me, relentless. The walls were failing, the city was burning, and I was but a boy in a man's body, unprepared to face the abyss. Suddenly, a roar, primal and fierce, filled the air. "For Troy!" The battle cry ignited a spark, and I felt the fire within me surge. My hands clenched around the hilt of my sword, cold metal grounding me in the chaos. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for the essence of who we were. The weight of history bore down on me, and I took a step forward, my heart racing, igniting a fragile flicker of hope. But as I charged, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't merely a fight against our enemies. It was a fight against the ghosts of our past, the choices that had led us to this moment. Each step echoed with the rhythm of our story, a symphony of desperation filling the air. The walls might crumble, the city might fall, but as long as I drew breath, I would fight, not just for Troy, but for the love that had become both my salvation and my curse. And as the first clash of swords rang out, I felt time stretch, a cosmic moment suspended in the weight of eternity. This was it, the last stand of Troy. The culmination of dreams and nightmares. We would meet our fate with swords drawn, hearts laid bare, knowing that in this moment, we were not just warriors. We were the very pulse of a city, the embodiment of a love that had sparked a war, a love that would either save us or be the dagger that pierced our hearts. The air crackled with tension, a palpable static that clung to the skin like sweat. I stood at the edge of the camp, shadows clawing at the flickering firelight. The wind whispered secrets, curling through the men's laughter, the sharp, metallic scent of iron mixing with the smoke. I could feel my heart hammering, thudding in rhythm with the dark promise of the night. I remember thinking, tonight, everything will change. In the distance, the horses shifted, restless creatures sensing the storm brewing beneath the surface. Their eyes glinted in the firelight, wide and wild, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they knew more than we did. I remember the way my fingers trembled, the reins clasped in my palm, slick and unyielding. But I wasn't just anxious, I was terrified. Terrified of what awaited us beyond the horizon, where the enemy lay, shadows cloaked in strategy and betrayal. There was Ewan, the captain, standing tall and proud even as doubt gnawed at him. His gaze pierced through the night, searching for a foe he couldn't see, heart aching for a victory that felt so far away. I could see it flicker in his eyes, a spark of hope and a shadow of despair. "We will win," he declared, voice laced with urgency, yet there was a crack there, a fracture in his bravado. I wanted to believe him, but the weight of the silence after his words screamed louder than any shout. And then there was Clara, her spirit a wildfire, bright and uncontainable. She paced near the fire, her hands trembling as they conjured flames to life, her face a canvas of determination mixed with dread. "They'll come for us," she said, voice fierce, yet the tremor in her tone betrayed her. I could see her flaring nostrils, the way she breathed life into the fire, as if to ward off the darkness creeping in on us. I remember her laughter, a brittle thing, tinged with fear. She was a warrior, but tonight, she felt like a ghost. As I watched them, I felt the knot in my stomach tighten. Betrayal lurked just beyond the firelight, creeping through the shadows. I remembered the whispers, the warnings that had swept through our camp. Loyalty could be as fleeting as the wind. I shivered, a chill crawling down my spine. Ewan, the leader I admired, was a man haunted by his decisions, choices made in desperation. I could see it etched in the lines of his face, a map of regrets. "Trust no one," I had heard the men say, voices hushed, eyes darting. The echoes of treachery breathed life into my fears. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. I wanted to scream, "Don't you see? The darkness is already here." A horn echoed in the night, piercing the thick tension like a knife. My heart dropped into my stomach. The enemy was near. I turned to Ewan, his eyes wide, reflecting the fire, but I could sense the cracks spreading, the fissures of doubt growing into an abyss. "Are you ready?" I whispered, the weight of the moment pressing down like a leaden cloak. "I have to be," he replied, but his voice trembled. And there it was, the terror of being unprepared, the sheer dread of betrayal from those you trusted most. I felt the air thicken around us, suffocating in its intensity. Clara stepped forward, her spirit flaring. "We fight for our home, for each other. No one can take that from us," she said, voice firm, but even through her courage, I felt the quiver of uncertainty. I wanted to reach out and tell her it would be okay, that we would emerge from this night unscathed, but the words stuck in my throat, a bitter pill I couldn't swallow. The night deepened, shadows pooling like ink around us. Then came the sound of hooves. I could hear them, a thunderous roar shaking the very ground beneath us. My pulse quickened, the reality of battle creeping in like a dark wave. And in that moment, everything slowed. I remember the faces of my comrades, illuminated in the flickering light, each one a flickering flame against the relentless night. "Stay close," Ewan commanded, a fragile strength threading through his words. We formed a line, hearts hammering in concert, the primal instinct to protect, to fight. The darkness loomed ahead, and I felt the bitter taste of fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic. The horses snorted, sensing the tension in the air, a wildness reflected in their eyes. And then, chaos. A surge of bodies, a clash of steel, the night erupted in a symphony of violence, the air thick with the screams of the fallen. I was swept into the tide, thrust into a world of terror and adrenaline. I remember striking, my blade moving with a will of its own, the heat of flesh beneath the cold steel. Each swing felt like a heartbeat, a desperate plea for survival. But betrayal was a silent specter, lurking within the ranks. I caught a flash of Ewan's face, wild and desperate, and Clara's fierce spirit flickering like the flames she summoned. I fought my way towards them, the cacophony of battle blurring into a haunting melody of survival. And then I saw him, the traitor cloaked in shadow, smirking as he turned against us. My heart sank into an abyss of disbelief. "No!" I shouted, but the words were swallowed by the chaos, the haunting laughter of betrayal echoing in my ears. "Ewan!" I screamed again, desperation clawing at my throat. He turned, and for a fleeting moment, our eyes met, recognition, betrayal, and heartbreak all coiled into one. In that blink of time, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread ready to snap. The night morphed into a whirlwind of chaos, a dance of death, an unforgiving tide pulling us under. I fought, my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The firelight flickered in the distance, a beacon that called me home, yet the shadows grew darker, swallowing everything whole. And then the betrayal hit me like a knife, cold and biting. In that moment, I realized the truth. The night was just beginning, and the horrors yet to come would reshape us, leave us scarred, forever haunted by the choices we'd make under the cloak of darkness. The clock ticked, the shadows deepened, and I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us, a reminder that some battles are fought not just with swords but with the very essence of our souls. I remember standing on the precipice of something terrible and magnificent. It was a night of strategy, yes, but also of betrayal, a night that would echo through time, haunting us in whispers long after the last embers cooled. And as we stood there, hearts pounding, breath mingling with fear and resolve, I knew this was only the beginning. The moon hung low over Troy, a cold, silver eye that witnessed the unraveling of hope. It cast long shadows across the walls, where whispers of despair and dread swirled like restless spirits. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, suffocated by the heavy air, the weight of impending chaos wrapping around me. I could hear the faint tremors of battle drums in the distance, each beat like a death knell, a countdown to the inevitable. In the heart of the city, I saw her, Cassandra, aglow with an eerie light, her gaze piercing through the veil of night. The prophecy danced on her lips, yet it fell upon deaf ears. "The walls will fall," she murmured, voice trembling, laden with the burden of truth that no one dared to believe. I wanted to shake her, to plead with her to run, to flee from this fortress that had become a prison of fate. But the air was too thick with dread, I could barely breathe. And then there was Hector, the brave prince of Troy, standing tall, a silhouette against the crumbling fortress that had cradled his dreams. The weight of duty shackled him, a ghostly chain forged in blood and honor. "This is our home," he shouted, voice echoing defiantly against the stone, but the cracks in his resolve were all too clear. I saw him flinch at the faintest sound, a rustle in the shadows that hinted at the encroaching doom. His eyes, those deep wells of courage, betrayed a flicker of fear. "I will protect us," he whispered, but I could see it, that sliver of doubt gnawing at him like a relentless wraith. The walls loomed, their ancient stones heavy with the weight of history, each block a testament to battles fought and lives lost. The soldiers stood ready, but their faces were pale, a canvas of anxiety painted with the brush of despair. Every heartbeat drummed a warning, every breath a prayer. "Hold fast," they shouted, but the sound was swallowed by an ominous wind that carried the scent of burning dreams. I remember the moment when the first arrow flew, slicing through the night sky like a falling star, a harbinger of chaos. It pierced the silence, shattering the fragile calm. A scream erupted, raw and primal, echoing through the streets as a body crumpled to the ground. Blood blossomed on the cobblestones, dark and vivid, a macabre reminder of what was to come. I felt my stomach twist, a knot of fear tightening within me. I wanted to look away, to shut my eyes to the horror, but I was ensnared, rooted in place by the gravity of fate. Hector's face twisted in agony, a warrior torn between valor and despair. "Cassandra," he cried out, the name a blade cutting through the chaos. "What have you seen?" His voice was a desperate plea, a lifeline tossed into the storm. She turned, her eyes filled with tears that shimmered like the stars, her voice trembling with a sorrow that pierced my heart. "The Greeks will breach the walls, Hector. They'll come for us all." Her words clawed at my chest, suffocating me as I fought to keep my composure. "No," I whispered, as if denial could conjure a different fate. I could almost taste the bitterness of hope crumbling in my mouth. I wanted to scream, to shake the very foundations of this cursed city and demand answers. But the truth hung heavily in the air, and I could feel it settle like dust in my lungs. The shadows moved, and I saw them then, the Greeks. Their silhouettes emerged like phantoms from the darkness, relentless and determined. The sound of their boots against the earth was a sinister melody, a dirge for what was to be lost. A flicker of flame ignited in the distance, casting an infernal glow that danced upon their faces, revealing expressions steeled with purpose. They thrummed with the energy of battle, their eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. For glory, one of them howled, as if the very name would drown out the fear gnawing at his insides. Cassandra clutched Hector's arm, her grip an anchor in the tempest. "You cannot fight this alone," she cried, voice breaking, as if she were tearing herself apart with the weight of her words. "We must unite, or we will fall." Her gaze bore into him, fierce and unwavering, but I could see the cracks in her resolve too, the vulnerability of a seer whose warnings had gone unheeded. The earth trembled beneath us, a foreboding rumble that heralded the end. The Greeks were at the walls now, relentless, battering against the stones with a ferocity that sent shards flying into the night air. I could hear it, the sickening crunch of wood splintering, the clash of metal against metal, the primal cries of men lost to the tide of war. Each sound reverberated in my chest, a morbid symphony of chaos. And then came the moment that would change everything. A loud crack echoed through the night as the wall shuddered under the pressure, dust and debris spiraling into the air. The breath caught in my throat, frozen in horror as I realized the truth. This was the moment the Greeks had waited for, the threshold of their victory, the betrayal of hope. Cassandra's eyes widened, the veil of prophecy lifting for just a moment. "Hector," she screamed, as the wall began to splinter, the final breath of a dying fortress. "We must go." But Hector stood rooted, a statue carved from the stone of his ancestors, torn between love for his city and the instinct to save the woman he adored. In that heartbeat, the world ceased to exist. I felt time stretch, the painful pull of fate tightening around us. The wall crumbled, and with it, everything I had ever known. I wanted to scream, to fight against the tide of despair, but I was just a witness, a mere shadow in this tragic play. And then, as the dust settled and the cries of battle filled my ears, I understood, this was not the end. This was merely a prelude, a haunting echo of what was to come. The Greeks surged through the breach, a tidal wave of fury and vengeance, and in their eyes, I saw the reflection of our greatest fears. The horror was upon us, and it was only just beginning. The air was thick with smoke and sorrow, a ghostly shroud wrapping the ancient city of Troy in a fog of despair. The world was reduced to flame and shadow, light flickering in the eyes of the dying, and the cries of the fallen echoing like a haunting melody. I stood among the ruins, my heart pounding, each beat a reminder of life amidst the chaos. The walls crumbled, the ground trembled beneath our feet, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the city itself, a desperate thrum fading into silence. I remember the moment they breached the gates. The sound of splintering wood was a thunderclap against the cacophony of war. I saw Hector's brother, Paris, a figure caught in a whirlwind of triumph and dread, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. He had spent years longing for glory, but now it felt like a curse. What was victory if it meant the end of all he loved? His hands trembled as he gripped his sword, not fully ready to face the horror he had unleashed. I could see the way his heart wrestled with guilt, the way it echoed in his chest like a distant drum, each thud reminding him of the blood on his hands. I felt a pull, a connection to him, rooted in our shared humanity, a desire for something more than this madness. The city burned around us, and yet, in that moment, I understood his fear of losing not only the people, the walls, but the very essence of who he was. He was a man trapped between the allure of greatness and the weight of his choices. I remembered, too, how I had chased after dreams that turned to ash. And then there was Andromache, his wife, her voice a song of sorrow piercing through the storm of chaos. I watched her stumble through the debris, eyes wild with desperation, searching for her son, Astyanax. "Where is he?" she cried, a raw, guttural sound that clawed at my heart. The flames danced in her eyes, reflecting the devastation that threatened to swallow her whole. Her hands were stained with soot and blood, yet she held onto hope like a lifeline, a frayed rope tethered to the last remnants of her world. I could see her heart breaking, a flower withering in the frost. I remember the whispers, the shadows that flitted through the alleys, terror gripping the hearts of those who dared to stand against the tide. The Greeks swept through the city like a storm, their laughter mingling with the cries of the dying. They were not just conquerors, they were ghosts, shades of vengeance come to collect their due. I knew what they wanted, pillage and plunder, the spoils of war, but there was something more, it was the thrill of destruction, the intoxicating rush of power. I could feel the tension crackling in the air as the Greeks surged forward. Achilles, the god of war himself, his face twisted in a furious snarl, eyes burning with the desire for blood. I saw him cut through the defenders with an ease that made the heart tremble. Each swing of his sword was a flash of lightning, each life snuffed out was a candle extinguished. He was a tempest, a whirlwind of rage and pain. But even he was driven by the ghosts of his past, lost friends, lost battles. The irony clawed at me. The strongest among them, the one who could lead them to glory, was a man haunted. The city, once vibrant with culture and laughter, was now a cacophony of screams and despair. I felt a sickening thrill as I watched the Greeks pour through the broken gates, a tide of soldiers driven by rage and desperation. I remember thinking that this was what betrayal tasted like, bitter and acrid, like poison on the tongue. The laughter of the victors rang hollow, a cruel reminder that no one truly wins in war. Andromach's screams cut through the din, an anguished howl that echoed in the chambers of my mind. She was a warrior in her own right, her heart a fortress, yet now she stood trembling before the onslaught, fighting against the inevitable. "I will find him," she cried, but her words were like petals tossed into a storm. Her spirit, fierce and unyielding, battled against the tide of despair. I felt a surge of admiration, an unnatural hope amidst the chaos, wishing that somehow she could escape this nightmare. As the Greeks surged through the streets, I felt a pang of guilt for the humanity I saw in both the victors and the vanquished. Each face I glimpsed, rage twisted, sorrow etched deep, was a reminder that we are all prisoners of our choices. I remember the way life felt so fragile, like a thread hanging by the thinnest of strands, easily severed. It was a reminder that hope flickered, even in the darkest of nights. The sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the horror. The shadows lengthened, and the laughter of the Greeks grew more frenzied, more reckless. Paris still stood there, frozen, torn between the desire to fight and the need to flee. I could feel the weight of his anguish, the suffocating guilt that had become his shadow. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that I understood, that fear is as much a part of love as loss, that he was not alone in this. And then, in a moment of horror, I saw the glint of a blade aimed straight for Andromach, a prelude to a tragedy that would echo through eternity. Time slowed, the world narrowing to that single point, her essence shimmering in the dusk. I remember holding my breath, praying for a miracle, knowing that miracles were seldom granted in the face of fate. But fate, it seems, has its own agenda, and as chaos reigned, a memory flickered like a dying flame. The love woven into the fabric of their lives, the dreams shared beneath the stars, all seemed to hang in the balance. The pillage continued, the destruction was relentless, but the echoes of their hearts whispered in the night, haunting, eternal. And just as the shadows closed in, I felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to cry out against the injustice. But only silence remained, thick as the smoke that smothered the last remnants of Troy. The sacking of the city was not merely about conquest, it was a revelation of our darkest truths. In the heart of chaos, we could see ourselves laid bare, our hopes, our fears, our insatiable desire for meaning in the abyss. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness spread its wings, and I realized that this tale was far from over. It lived and breathed, tangled with despair and longing, an unending loop that beckoned us closer, deeper into the heart of humanity's struggle. In the shadows, the city's heart still beat, and I could feel it, each pulse a reminder of the love and loss that would forever echo through the ages. The air was thick with ash and sorrow, a choking haze that settled over the crumbling walls of Troy. I remember the echoes of screams, like a haunting melody that refused to fade, lingering in the marrow of my bones. The scent of smoke curled around me, a bitter perfume of loss, as I stood on the threshold of a nightmare that had become our waking reality. Hecuba, my mother, was a tempest of grief and defiance, her eyes aflame with a sorrow so deep it threatened to consume her whole. I watched her, the once proud queen reduced to a spectre of her former self, her hands trembling as she clutched the tattered fabric of her gown. "They will not take my children," she whispered, though her voice quaked with uncertainty. Each word was a prayer, a desperate plea to the gods who had long abandoned us. A soft rustle echoed from the shadows, and my brother, Hector, emerged, his presence a balm against the chilling despair enveloping us. Yet even he, the mighty warrior, wore the weight of impending doom like a shroud. I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze, the silent question that hung over us like a guillotine. Could he save us? "We must fight, Hecuba," he urged, his voice steady yet laced with the fragility of hope. "We cannot let them take what is ours." But Hecuba's laughter, a brittle sound, shattered the air. What is ours? What remains? Our city is falling, Hector. We are ghosts haunting the ruins of our own lives. Each syllable was a jagged stone, cutting through the facade of strength he wore like armor. I watched as his resolve wavered, the flickering flame of bravery dimmed by the reality of our fate. I remember the ground trembling beneath our feet, a reminder of the storm brewing beyond the city's walls. The Greeks were coming, a relentless tide of fury and ambition. They were the shadows creeping closer, ready to snuff out the last vestiges of our light. Fire danced in the distance, illuminating the chaos. War and ruin were the only languages left to us. Yet amid the chaos, I caught a glimpse of my father, Priam, moving through the ruins like a lost king, a relic of a once mighty dynasty. "Father!" I called out, my voice cracking like brittle glass. He turned, his face a map of sorrow, eyes sunken and weary yet burning with an indomitable spirit that even the gods could not extinguish. "There's still time. We can escape." But he shook his head, and the weight of his resignation crashed over me like a tidal wave. "I will face them," he declared, the strength in his voice a stark contrast to the tremor in his hands. "I will not cower while my children suffer. I will go to Achilles. I will plead." Each word struck like a dagger, piercing through the veil of my hope. How could he bargain with a monster? "You would trade your life for a moment of mercy?" I implored, desperation clawing at my throat. The thought of losing him, too, was a chasm I could not bear to contemplate. "It is not just for me," he murmured, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, where the smoke of our city mingled with the stars, tiny, distant lights that felt as unreachable as our dreams. "I do this for you all." There was a resignation in his tone, a bitter acceptance of the things we could not change, and it twisted my heart in knots. Hecuba's presence was a storm beside him, her voice rising higher, more frantic. "Priam, you cannot," but the words faded into a silent scream, trapped in the hollow of her throat. Fear carved deep lines into her face, and I could sense the weight of all her memories pressing down on her, a haunting reminder of the life that was slipping away. I remember the moment the sun vanished behind the clouds, leaving us cloaked in an ominous twilight. Shadows stretched out, elongating the figures of our family, casting us as phantoms in a world that had turned against us. The walls of our home felt like a cage, tightening with every heartbeat, every breath, as if they too mourned what we were losing. Hector stepped closer to me, the warmth of his presence a flickering flame against the encroaching cold. "Whatever happens, remember that we fought. We fought for each other." His words were a promise, but deep down, I could feel the tremor of uncertainty, the pulsation of dread that echoed through our shared silence. The darkness pressed in tighter, an inescapable blanket suffocating the remnants of our joy. I could hear the distant sounds of clashing metal, the cries of the fallen, a symphony of despair playing through the night. It wrapped around us, a cacophony of death, an anthem of loss that refused to let go. I remember the flicker of hope in my heart, a fragile spark that dared to ignite despite the overwhelming grief. But as I listened to the chaos, as I felt the walls of our sanctuary crumble, I was struck by a truth too brutal to face. No matter how fiercely we fought, fate had drawn a line in the sand, a boundary we could not cross, a future we could not claim. And then, just as the night swallowed the last glimmers of day, something shifted. A shadow loomed over us, a harbinger of our impending doom, and I knew, deep within my soul, that this was the precipice. The moment where everything would change, where we would be confronted not just by the enemy at the gates but by the ghosts of our own choices, our own mortality. As I stood beside Hector, and watched Hecuba's tears fall like silent rain, I felt the threads of our fate twist tighter, weaving an inescapable tapestry of tragedy, loss, and love. We were caught in the throes of despair, each heartbeat echoing the inevitability of our fate, a reminder that even in the darkest of moments, love, like a flickering candle, could still shine through the shadows, illuminating the path we were destined to walk. It was a dance with death, a tragic waltz that would lead us to an ending we could not foresee. The night deepened, and I realized that our story was far from over. It was merely the beginning, a prelude to a symphony of sorrow that would resonate through the ages. Silence. The kind that presses against your chest like a weight, making each breath a conscious act. Overhead, the sun hangs low, bleeding crimson streaks across a shrouded sky, as if the heavens themselves mourn. The air is thick, palpable with dread. Achilles stands there, a figure of raw power and raw vulnerability, his muscles coiled like taut strings, ready to snap. But today, there's a tremor in his stance, a hesitation that shatters the fragile stillness. I remember the moment, how the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The whispers of the wind carried tales of glory and doom, and I stood, a mere spectator, as fate unfurled its dark tapestry. The scent of sweat and blood mingled with the earthy aroma of dust. An orchestra of dread played in my ears, a symphony of clashing steel and the cries of men who danced too close to their own graves. Patroclus, his heart a tempest of loyalty, stood beside Achilles, eyes wide with the tension that thrummed like strings pulled too tight. "You don't have to do this," he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. But those words hung in the air, twisted and contorted, shallow glimmers of hope against a backdrop of encroaching despair. Patroclus, who was always the light, the unwavering flame in the storm, now flickered. Shadows danced across his chiseled features, his brow furrowed with fear for the man he loved, a love that felt both sacred and cursed. Achilles turned, and for a heartbeat, the world fell away. His gaze pierced through the chaos, settling on Patroclus, a moment suspended in time, heavy with unspoken truths. "What good is a life without honor?" he rumbled, voice like gravel, yet laced with a vulnerability that cracked like ice underfoot. It resonated deep within me. I felt the weight of his words, the burden of a hero shackled to his own legend. But the battlefield was not a canvas for nostalgia, it was a harbinger of violence. I could see the dark tide of war swelling beyond the horizon, the Trojans, grim silhouettes, creeping closer, their chants a haunting lullaby to the dance of death. Suddenly, an arrow zipped through the air, a shrill whistle that shattered the moment, slicing through the thick air like a knife through flesh. My heart raced as if it, too, had been struck. Time twisted, and I was swept into a memory, a childish face, laughing, carefree, in a world where arrows were only toys. But those days spent beneath the shade of olive trees were long gone, eclipsed by the reality of blood-soaked soil and the echo of dying promises. Patroclus lunged forward, instinct driving him, but Achilles grabbed his wrist, an iron vice tightening around the very essence of their bond. "You mustn't!" The command was sharp, laced with urgency. I could see the storm brewing within Patroclus, a whirlpool of defiance and fear. There was love there, yes, but also a reckless yearning to step into the maw of fate, to prove himself worthy in the eyes of the gods. "Let me fight. It's my turn." His voice cracked, and I felt the raw pain of his plea strike me like a blow. The ghosts of their shared past haunted the air between them, memories of laughter and soft touches, now eclipsed by the looming dread of separation. But Achilles, the mighty Achilles, his heart forged from iron yet bleeding with vulnerability, stood firm. "You've done enough," he roared. The ground trembled as if the earth itself was alive, reverberating with the weight of their words. Time stretched an eternity, yet in that moment, I felt the inexorable march toward tragedy, every second echoing with foreboding. The battlefield was a living entity, and I could taste the metallic tang of impending doom, the sickening sweetness of desperation. Then, the clash. The Trojans surged forward, a tide of fury, and Achilles broke, a force of nature unleashed. He charged, a whirlwind of fury and grief, the embodiment of wrath. Each strike was a prayer, a desperate call to the heavens, seeking validation for the chaos that swirled around him. I could see the pain etched into his features, each blow a release of every heartache, every loss that had marked his soul. But in the chaos, the shadows pooled. A figure emerged, a Trojan warrior, fierce and relentless, his gaze cold, aiming an arrow with lethal precision. I swear, time slowed again. It was as if the world had conspired to bring their fates together, the arrow whispering its death song as it flew, slicing through the cacophony. Patroclus lunged, driven by love and desperation. "No," he screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of war, lost in the tempest. And then, silence again, but this time it was the kind that stilled the heart. The arrow struck true. I remember the moment, the way the sun dimmed as if it too mourned, the sound of Achilles' roar, a primal scream that ripped through the fabric of existence, a sound so haunting, so filled with fury and anguish that it would echo through the ages. I felt it reverberate within me, a haunting reminder of what it meant to love, to lose, to be human in the face of divinity. Achilles fell to his knees, the world swirling around him like a tempest, and I could see the shadows closing in, every heartbeat a countdown to despair. Patroclus, he bellowed, a raw sound that clawed at the edges of my sanity. His fingers clawed at the earth, seeking something, anything, to anchor him in the storm of grief that raged inside. Patroclus lay lifeless, the light gone, a flickering candle snuffed out too soon. The world had shifted, the very fabric of fate torn asunder. Achilles, once the invincible warrior, now crumbled, a titan brought low by love and loss. In that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt the icy claws of despair wrap around my heart. There were no words, only the weight of sorrow, a gut-wrenching, suffocating despair that lingered like the taste of ash. The shadows cast long and dark, promising that this was far from over, that the dance of death had only just begun. And as the winds howled in the gathering night, I knew this was their curse, their legacy, forever entwined in a tapestry of heroism and heartbreak, where love and death wove a story that would never truly end. The flames licked the sky, twisting like the anguished wails of 1,000 souls. Smoke suffocated the air, a smothering blanket that stung Aeneas' lungs, forcing memories of home into murky corners of his mind. He stumbled through the wreckage of Troy, each step a reminder that survival was both a blessing and a curse. Ashes clung to his skin, gritty and bitter, as he fought against the tide of despair. I remember, he murmured, the way the sun used to slip through the rooftops, casting shadows that danced like children. But now, the only shadows were those of ghosts, flickering at the edges of his vision, taunting him with their unfinished stories. He wasn't alone in this chaos. Around him, the remnants of warrior pride lay shattered, much like their owners. There was Dido, her regal posture marred by the dirt of the battlefield, yet her gaze remained defiant, fierce like the waves crashing against the cliffs of Carthage. She was a queen forged from tragedy, and Aeneas could almost see the crown that had once rested upon her brow, now a memory of what could have been. "What is it to be a ruler?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind, "when all your people turn to dust?" Aeneas felt the weight of her question dig deep into his chest, a dagger twisting in the wound of his own inadequacies. He had promised her a future, anchoring hopes that hung precariously over the abyss. He thought of his father, Anchises, whose words had once burned bright with wisdom. Aeneas, to be a leader is to carry the burdens of those who follow. But now, as he looked at Dido, he wondered if he had the strength to carry even his own. And then there was Ascanius, the boy who clutched his father's hand like it was a lifeline. He was too young for this brutality. "Father, why are they crying?" he asked, his innocent eyes wide with confusion, glistening with unshed tears. It tore through Aeneas, a sharp blade of guilt, slicing through the layers of responsibility that suffocated him. "Because, my son," he choked out, "sometimes the world is crueler than we can understand." The truth felt like lead in his throat. No child should have to comprehend the weight of loss, yet here they were, caught in a storm that had no eye. The echoes of clash and clamor wrapped around them, an unending symphony of despair. Aeneas could feel every pulse of the chaos, the cries of the dying, the crash of weapons, the shattering of dreams. Each note struck at his heart like a relentless drum. He knew he had to move forward, away from the charred remnants of a past that would never return. But where? Each path seemed to lead back to the flames, back to the ghosts that beckoned him, urging him to join their sorrow. "I remember," he whispered again, "the laughter under the stars, the warmth of family gathered under a single roof." Yet every memory was a chain, binding him to a future that felt increasingly out of reach. Dido watched him, her eyes searching, pleading. "Aeneas, we must leave. The dawn will not wait for us to grieve." But he hesitated. Would leaving mean abandoning the dead? Would it mean forsaking the very essence of who he was? His heart raced, pumping a chaotic rhythm through his veins, a battle between hope and despair. "What kind of survivor am I?" he thought. Was he destined to be a legend, or merely a coward in the face of loss? The tension coiled tighter, squeezing the air until it felt electric. Dido reached for him, fingers brushing against his arm, grounding him in this moment. Choose. You are not just Aeneas of Troy, you are Aeneas of the future. Her words hung in the air, a tether to possibility, a flicker of light in the oppressive gloom. Yet, even in that clarity, uncertainty gnawed at him, dark and insatiable. What future? He spat, anger boiling over, when all I have known is ash. Aeneas, with his wide eyes and small hands, stepped forward, breaking the tension like glass shattering on the floor. Father, please. His voice was small but resolute. We can't stay. They will come for us. They would. Shadows loomed on the horizon, figures emerging from the smoke like nightmares given flesh. The air thickened with dread, curling around them, suffocating and unyielding. Aeneas felt the weight of inevitability pressing down, a reminder that life was a cruel cycle, hope and despair forever entwined. In that moment, clarity struck him like lightning. Dido, Aeneas, they were his future, the flickering light in a world consumed by darkness. With a firm grip, he took Dido's hand, the warmth of her touch igniting something deep within him. We fight, he said, his voice rising above the chaos, not just for survival, but to honor the past and build a future. The words flowed, a surge of emotion that propelled him forward. They would not be mere survivors, they would become something more, a testament to resilience woven from the fabric of grief and hope. Aeneas felt the pulse of determination thrumming in his veins, a promise etched into the very core of his being. Let's go, he urged, pulling Aeneas closer, fortifying him against the storm. The three of them stood at the precipice of something vast and ungraspable, shadows swirling around them like the remnants of a lost world. Together, they stepped into the unknown, hearts pounding, breaths heavy with anticipation. The flames behind them flickered, a memory fading into the dark, while the road ahead twisted like a serpent, both treacherous and promising. Every step was a heartbeat, every heartbeat a reminder that they were alive, fighting against the tide of despair, the ghosts of the past trailing behind, weaving their stories into a tapestry of survival and legend. The clock tower struck midnight, its echo a death knell reverberating through the empty streets of the city. Each chime clawed at the silence like a desperate scream, sharp and chilling, as shadows danced across the cobblestones, twisting and curling like the memories we tried to bury. In the distance, a fire flickered, sending ghostly fingers of light clawing at the inky sky, illuminating the ruins of lives once vibrant, now reduced to ashes and echoes. I stood at the edge of what was once the marketplace, the heart of the city, now a graveyard of dreams. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs, a metronome of despair. I could almost hear the laughter of children, the chatter of merchants, the warmth of life that had seeped away like the last drops of a dying flame. I remember how it felt to belong here, how the scent of baked bread would draw me from my home, and how the sun would drape its golden arms around us, bathing everything in warmth. But now, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and something metallic, something that gnawed at my insides. There was a figure, a woman, cloaked in the remnants of hope, standing before the wreckage. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, brimming with unspilled tears that reflected the firelight like shattered glass. Clara, my sister. Her hands trembled as she clutched a locket, our mother's locket, the one I had found in the rubble. It's just a piece of metal now, she whispered, almost to herself, the words heavy with a gravity that pulled at my heart. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that it still held our mother's warmth, but the truth felt too raw, too monstrous to voice. I remember when this was a place of joy, I said, the words spilling out like blood from an open wound. When we would argue over who got the last pastry at Old Man Grimsby's stall. Now I couldn't finish. The weight of everything crushed my throat, turned my voice into a whisper of what it once was. Now it's dead, Clara replied, her voice a shard of ice. We're all dead here. Look around. And I did. I saw the remnants of lives that had been snuffed out, ragged clothes fluttering like flags of surrender, broken carts lying askew, their contents strewn like forgotten dreams. The remnants of a city that had crumbled under its own weight, under the horrors unleashed by greed and madness. A war fought not with swords, but with the silence of betrayal. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered our fragile moment, the sound rolling through the streets like an angry beast. I turned, adrenaline surging through me. What was that? My voice rose, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Clara's eyes widened, fear threading through the edges of her resolve. Maybe it's them, she whispered, and the word hung in the air like a death sentence. Them. The shadows, the ones we had run from, the ones we had hoped were just ghosts of our imagination. But here, in the aftermath of the fall, the line between nightmare and reality blurred beyond recognition. Stay close to me, I urged, my instinct kicking in as I pulled her behind me like a shield. I could feel my heart racing, a wild drumbeat against the backdrop of the chaos. The sound of footsteps approached, heavy and determined, echoing the rhythm of our own heartbeats, a terrible symphony of dread. And then he appeared, Cade, a figure shrouded in darkness, his silhouette a stark contrast against the flickering flames. We had once been brothers, brothers forged in laughter and shared dreams. Now, he was a stranger, a ghost wearing the mask of a man I used to know. You shouldn't be here, he growled, his voice low and menacing, jagged like broken glass. It's not safe. Safe? I scoffed, the bitterness bubbling up like venom. What's safe anymore? This city is dying, Cade. We're all dying. He stepped closer, shadows dancing across his face, revealing eyes that burned with a ferocity I scarcely recognized. This city has fallen, yes, he admitted, the weight of his words hanging in the air, heavy as lead. But the fight's not over. There are those who want to rise from the ashes. We could, what? I interrupted, rage boiling over. What could we do? Fight for what? A pile of rubble? A memory? You think we can rebuild this? Clara was shaking, her hands gripped tightly around the locket, knuckles white. We can't afford to give up, she said, voice trembling. Not yet. We owe it to everyone who's gone. Gone. The word echoed in my mind, a cruel reminder of every face I had lost, every laugh that had faded into the void. You think they would want us to fight? I said, my voice raw, hoarse with emotion. They're gone, Clara. And what's left are the echoes of their screams. The silence that followed was deafening, a heavy blanket pressing down on all of us. I could feel the ghosts swirling around us, watching, waiting. In that moment, I realized that we had become phantoms ourselves, haunting the remnants of a life we could never reclaim. I remember, I began, my voice breaking. I remember when we dared to dream. I remember when hope was a flame, not a flicker. Then let's find that flame again, Clara urged, her eyes fierce, filled with a determination that ignited something within me. The shadows were closing in, tightening like a noose, but in that moment, I saw a flicker of something, resilience. Maybe it was foolishness, the kind that had sparked wars, but as I looked into her eyes, I felt the weight of possibility. And as we stood there, on the precipice of despair, I understood something profound, that even in our brokenness, we could still rise. The clock tower chimed again, a reminder that time was slipping away, but our fight had just begun. With every heartbeat, every breath, we were still alive, still capable of defiance. The fate of the city still hung in the balance, a tapestry of shadows and light, and in our unity, we would carve a path forward. Together, we would face whatever darkness awaited us, refusing to let the aftermath of the fall define us. And so, with a surge of adrenaline, we stepped into the night, ready to confront the ghosts that haunted the ruins, ready to reclaim what had been lost. Because in the end, even in the aftermath, hope could still flicker. The village lay shrouded in a thick fog, a suffocating blanket of silence that swallowed the sounds of life. The air tasted of iron, heavy with the scent of rain. I stood on the edge of the cobbled square, heart pounding, skin prickling with an unshakable sense of dread. I could feel it in my bones, the anticipation of something terrible, something inevitable. And then I saw her, the flicker of her form cloaked in the mist, a shadow among shadows. Ilara. Her eyes were wild, pupils dilated like black holes ready to consume the very light around her. They're coming, she breathed, each word a fragile whisper that trembled in the air, filled with the weight of impending doom. My heart twisted painfully. Ilara, always so fierce, so unyielding, now looked like a wounded animal, cornered and desperate. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the truth hung between us like a spectre. There was no solace to be found tonight. Tobias, she choked out, and I felt the world tilt slightly, the gravity of her fear pulling me closer to the abyss. They want justice. The word hung in the air, thick and bitter, a promise of retribution infused with divine wrath. I knew what she meant. The gods had spoken, their voices echoing through the ages, and now their judgment loomed over us like a thunderous storm. I could already see the flickering torches approaching, shadows marching in unison, a procession of fear and fury. They were coming for those they deemed guilty, those who dared defy the celestial order. My mind raced, spiraling into memories of our shared moments, laughter echoing in the tavern, the warmth of camaraderie, the wild abandon of youth. They haunted me now, those memories, woven with the tension of our reckless choices. Choices that had brought us to this precipice. Why? I asked, my voice barely a whisper as I stepped closer to her. Why now? The question felt heavy, laden with the weight of our shared guilt. Ilara's head dipped, and I saw the shimmer of unshed tears. Because we thought we were untouchable, she replied, her voice cracking. We played with fire, Tobias. And now we burn. And there it was, a flicker of uncertainty, a glimmer of doubt that clawed at my insides. I remembered the festival where we danced beneath the stars, where laughter intertwined with the rhythm of drums, and the gods, unseen but ever watchful, were our charming guests. We had mocked their power, teased fate as if it were a game. But now, as shadows closed in, the laughter turned hollow, echoing the warning we'd ignored. I turned my gaze to the approaching darkness, heart racing like a wild stallion, each thud a reminder of my mortality, the inevitability of my choices. In the distance, I could see the figures growing clearer, cloaked and hooded, faces obscured. They were the harbingers, the servants of divine justice, and they had come to collect. Please, I said, my voice breaking. We didn't mean to offend, the words felt weak, pathetic even, but desperation surged within me, a pleading that clawed for strength. Ilara's hand gripped mine, a lifeline in the encroaching storm. They won't listen. They never do, she whispered, and something cold twisted in my gut. I could feel the weight of fate pressing down, a heavy hand on my shoulder, whispering truths I wished to ignore. Each step of the harbingers echoed in my mind, a metronome of despair, ticking down the final seconds. The moon hung low, a witness to our impending doom, casting an eerie glow over the cobblestones. I squeezed Ilara's hand tighter, the warmth of her skin grounding me even as my heart raced. Do you remember the stories? I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of our shared past. The tales of those who faced the gods and lived. She nodded, but her eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. And those who didn't. It was a reminder that danced like a shadow across my heart, and I felt the air thicken with unspoken thoughts. What if our laughter was the last echo of a life unlived? What if our defiance had sealed our fates? The torches flickered closer, flames licking the edges of the fog, illuminating faces lined with a grim resolve. I could see Clara among them, the healer who had once mended my wounds with gentle hands. Now, her eyes held a hardness I had never seen before. She was no longer the kind soul who had shared stories by the fire. Now she was a harbinger of consequence, a willing participant in the divine game. Run, Ilara urged, her voice fierce, full of an energy I had not expected. We can't just stand here. We can't give in to fate. But I could see her resolve faltering, the fear of the unknown overwhelming her. I knew then that our choices, our recklessness, had led us to this moment, a moment where every breath felt charged with the weight of consequences. Together, I insisted, the word bursting from my lips like a lifeline. But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of my conviction. Could we escape the grasp of divine retribution? The first figure stepped forward, their hood casting a shadow over their face, and I could feel the air crackle with anticipation. You have been chosen, they intoned, voice echoing like thunder. The gods demand justice. And in that heartbeat, I felt the cosmos shift, the stars blinking with cruel amusement at our human plight. My heart raced, each thump a reminder of all we had lost, all we had dared to challenge. "Ilara," I began, but the words choked in my throat, tangled in the web of despair. I watched her face pale, felt the tremor in her grip, and I realized the gods were not just watching. They were judging. They were waiting. As the shadows closed in, I could taste the bitterness of fate on my tongue, and all I could do was hang on tightly to the fleeting moments of laughter, to the memories of rebellion and reckless abandon. Beneath the weight of the approaching darkness, I saw the flicker of hope struggling to break free. But hope, like laughter, can be a cruel joke. And then, in that heart-stopping moment, everything shattered. There was no escape, no way out. Only the looming specter of what we had sown, the seeds of our own destruction, watered by our hubris, now ready to bear fruit. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, I knew that this was just the beginning. The night was heavy with the scent of smoke and sorrow, a shroud draped over the ruins of Troy. I stood among the remnants of what was once a proud city, the crumbling stones echoing the cries of women, their voices a haunting melody of despair. I could almost see them, their faces etched with fear and defiance, shadows flickering in the dim light. I felt the weight of their captivity pressing against my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember the chill in the air, a precursor to the storm of emotions that awaited. Cassandra, daughter of Priam, stood at the edge of the courtyard, her hair wild and tangled, a feral spirit trapped within a cage of grief. The moonlight clung to her like a lover's embrace, illuminating the tears that streaked her dirt-stained cheeks. "They will come for us," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile moth caught in a spider's web. "They come to claim what they believe belongs to them." I could see the fire in her eyes, a spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished. I remember thinking how beautiful anger could be, even as it was laced with despair. In the shadows lurked Andromache, widow of Hector, her spirit dulled by the weight of loss. She clutched a tattered piece of cloth, a remnant of a life once filled with laughter and love. I could see her mind racing, trapped between survival and surrender. Memories of Hector's laughter echoed in her thoughts, a ghost that haunted her, taunting her with the joy that had slipped through her fingers like sand. "What future awaits us, Cassandra?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, the words bending under the weight of her sorrow. "What hope is there in chains?" I remember the silence that followed, an oppressive stillness that wrapped around us like a funeral shroud. It was a silence thick with memories, a silence that spoke of loss and betrayal. The gods had turned their backs, leaving us to grapple with fate's cruel hand. The moon hung low, a silent witness to our plight, casting an eerie glow that highlighted the despair etched on our faces. I watched as Cassandra took a step forward, her body a coiled spring ready to erupt. "We are not mere pawns," she declared, her voice rising, fueled by the embers of her spirit. "We are the echoes of a legacy, the voices of those who have suffered. They may take our bodies, but they cannot cage our souls." Her words hung in the air, pregnant with the promise of rebellion, an invitation to hope in a world that had forgotten us. Andromache's eyes flickered with a spark, the light of a dying star refusing to fade. I could see the struggle within her, a battle between the weight of grief and the flicker of hope. "What are we to do, Cassandra?" she breathed, her heartache palpable, as if it could wrap around us like a warm blanket, offering comfort in the chaos. "What can we do but wait for the inevitable?" Cassandra turned, the gust of her anger dispersing the shadows that clung to us. "Waiting is not living," she replied, her voice fierce, cutting through the darkness like a blade. "We will not become ghosts, not yet. We will find a way, Andromache. We must become the storm that shakes the foundations of their arrogance." I felt the intensity of her resolve wash over me, a tidal wave of emotions colliding within the confines of this broken city. I remember the flickering torches casting dancing shadows on the walls, the flames licking at our fears, threatening to consume us. Yet, within that flicker lay a promise, a whisper of courage that lingered in the air. We were not just women, we were the remnants of a legacy, a testament to resilience, forged from the fires of our suffering. As the night deepened, the horizon shimmered with the specters of our past, warning us of what lay ahead. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of ancient battles, the clash of swords and the cries of the fallen. Time felt elastic, stretching and warping, reminding us of how fleeting life could be. I could almost feel the weight of clocks ticking down, their hands moving inexorably forward, counting the moments until dawn. But dawn, I knew, would bring no salvation. It would bring faces twisted by desire, men who saw us as trophies to be claimed, as spoils of war. I shivered at the thought, the chill settling deeper within my bones. What if they come? Andromache's voice trembled, her fingers curling around the fabric of her grief. What if they take us, body and soul? Cassandra stepped closer, her presence a flicker of warmth in the cold void. Then we fight, she said, her voice steady, a heartbeat of defiance. We are more than what they see. We are the women of Troy, and we will not be silenced. I felt the heat of her words surge through me, igniting a fire that had long been dormant, awakening something fierce and primal. As the sun began to chase away the shadows, the air thickened with an unrelenting tension, a silent promise woven into the very fabric of our existence. The dawn would bring danger, but it would also bring the choice to fight, to rise from the ashes of our despair, to reclaim the hope that was so cruelly snatched away. And as I stood among these fierce women, I felt the pulse of their strength coursing through me, raw and unrefined. I remember the taste of determination, bitter and sweet, lingering on my tongue. We were not defeated, not yet. The chains that bound us were heavy, but within those chains lay a power, the power to rewrite our destinies. In that moment, amidst the ruins of Troy, we became something more than captives. We became a storm gathering at the horizon, fueled by our courage, ready to unleash our fury upon a world that had forgotten the strength of women. We would not retreat into the shadows, we would rise, together, a chorus of voices rising against the tide, ready to make our mark on history, not as victims, but as warriors reborn. The sky hung low, a heavy shroud of grey, as Aeneas stood on the edge of the crumbling cliff, staring into the churning abyss below. Each wave crashed against the rocks like a beating heart, echoing the chaos that thrummed within him. He could still hear the screams from the battlefield, the cries of men he once called brothers. They haunted him, invisible specters whispering dark secrets of glory turned to ash. His armor clinked softly, a metallic reminder of victories long past, but now it felt like a prison, the weight of his sins tethering him to this desolate place. I remember, he muttered, his voice barely escaping his lips, the taste of victory, sharp like a blade. But now. He inhaled deeply, his breath hitching with unshed tears. Now, it tastes like dirt and regret. The ghosts of the fallen were not just memories, they were shadows of what he could never be again, alive, unbroken, unburdened. He turned, fists clenched, feeling the raw edges of despair slice through him like a knife. Behind him, Odysseus stood, weary but resolute, his eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for something, perhaps forgiveness, perhaps a way out of the hell they had crafted. "We cannot linger here, Aeneas," he said, voice hoarse, carrying the weight of unspoken truths. "The fates are weaving our stories even now. We must forge our own path home, or be swallowed by the darkness." Odysseus had always been the strategist, the man with words sharp enough to cut through the fog of indecision. But today, his words felt like stones, heavy and cold. Aeneas turned back to the sea, the waves roaring like the souls of the fallen, urging him to dive in, to silence the pain that echoed through his very being. "And what if there is no home left to return to?" he whispered, the words barely escaping, swallowed by the wind. "I know that feeling," Odysseus replied, the flicker of a smile ghosting his lips, "but we're about to make our own home, wherever that may be." His humor was a thin veneer, cracking under the weight of truth, but it was a lifeline Aeneas desperately clung to. "Besides, I hear that the islands are lovely this time of year. The wine flows like water. There are worse fates than returning to a place where you can forget your troubles over a cup of nectar." "Unless you drown in it," Aeneas shot back, the corner of his mouth twitching despite the desperation swirling within. They shared a moment of laughter, a fleeting relief from the crushing reality that pressed upon them. Laughter, so rare after the years of war, felt like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. But the shadows clung close, whispering reminders of what they had lost, what they had done. And then there was Polyxena, a name that echoed through both their minds, another ghost tangled in the web of their shared agony, her beauty shining in memory like a star extinguished too soon. Odysseus had been the one to promise her safety, the one to assure Aias that the tides of fate would turn in their favor. But promises faded like smoke, and the reality of their failure hung heavily in the air. "How do you carry the weight of ghosts?" Aias asked, voice trembling under the strain of remembrance. "How do you look upon the faces of those you couldn't save?" Odysseus hesitated, staring into the horizon where the sea kissed the sky, and for a moment, it was as if he could reach through the veil of memory and touch the past. "You don't," he finally replied, each word heavy with the burden of truth. "You learn to live among them. You build your life around their memories, making a mosaic of loss. Every piece is a part of you now." The sea roared, a chorus of grief, and Aias felt the pull in his gut, a deep-rooted fear of returning to a world that no longer felt like home. The weight of Polyxena's absence pressed down on him, suffocating, a reminder of the love he had lost to the tides of war. "You think I can forget, Odysseus?" he asked, voice cracking like fragile glass. "You think that I can just walk away from her?" "No," Odysseus whispered, almost reverently. "But you can honor her. You can live for both of you." Aias closed his eyes, the darkness behind his eyelids swirling with memories, her laughter, bright as the sun, her spirit fierce as the wildest storm. But the laughter felt distant now, a fading echo in a world painted in shades of grey. He opened his eyes, met Odysseus' steadfast gaze, and felt the warmth of camaraderie, a bond forged in blood and sorrow. "Then let us honor her," he said, the fire reigniting within him. "Let us find our way home." With that, they turned away from the precipice, leaving behind the ghosts that clawed at their hearts. Together, they stepped into the unknown, every heartbeat a drumbeat of resolve, every breath a promise to the fallen. But the road ahead twisted like the fates themselves, a path lined with shadows and whispers of dread. The world was vast and unforgiving, filled with both monstrous beasts and the beauty of a dawn that felt just out of reach. The stars above shone indifferently, their light both a beacon and a reminder of the distance that lay between them and home. Yet, as they walked, the weight of their emotions became a tapestry, intricate and beautiful in its imperfections, binding them together against the night. Each step was a heartbeat, echoing through the stillness, a prayer for redemption, a quest for solace. And as the darkness closed in around them, they began to realize that the journey, fraught with pain, laced with laughter, was perhaps the only home they would ever truly know. The night whispered secrets, the moon hung low like a sentinel, and the path stretched endlessly before them, both inviting and terrifying. They were not just heroes returning home, they were lost souls, seeking light in the depths of despair. And as the world spun on, their odyssey was only just beginning, a tale woven with threads of fate and the enduring power of the human spirit. The rain poured down, a relentless curtain of darkness, and I stood at the edge of the battlefield, the mud beneath my feet a gruesome tapestry of victory and despair. I could taste the iron tang of blood mixed with the sharp scent of earth, a heady reminder that today was not a day of heroes but a testament to a curse that loomed larger than life itself. Thunder cracked the sky, a deafening roar that echoed the cries of the fallen, and I shivered, the chill crawling up my spine as I caught sight of Agamemnon, his once proud armor now dulled by the weight of triumph. He marched through the chaos, a king without a crown, his face etched with shadows that whispered of unspeakable sins. I remember the way his eyes darted, frantic and haunted, searching for something he could not name. Perhaps it was forgiveness. Perhaps it was peace. But all he found was the ghost of his brother, the ghost of every soldier who had died to sate his ambition. "Victory," he muttered, the word a bitter stone lodged in his throat. "What does it cost?" I wanted to scream that it costs everything. It costs the laughter of children, the warmth of a lover's embrace, the very soul of a man. But instead, I stood frozen, a mere spectator to his unraveling. I could hear the distant wails of the grieving, a chorus underscoring the symphony of decay. And then there was Clytemnestra, his queen, her heart a storm of betrayal and fury. She emerged from the shadows, her eyes aflame with the intensity of 1,000 suns. The air crackled around her, heavy with promise and dread. She was a lioness, fierce and defiant, and yet, in her gaze, I saw the flicker of doubt, the gnawing fear that perhaps she was losing the very man she had sworn to love. "Your victory," she spat, her voice a whip of accusation. "What have you gained, Agamemnon?" "A throne built on the bones of our kin." He flinched, a flicker of pain flashing across his face, but it was quickly masked by the bravado of a warrior. "It was a necessary sacrifice," he replied, though his voice trembled. "To bring glory to our name." But glory felt like a cruel joke now, a mirage fading into the dusk. I remember standing there, caught between their tempestuous exchange, feeling the weight of history pressing down on us. The shadows danced around us like specters, reminding us that every choice held a price, every ambition carried a curse. "Necessary?" Clytemnestra echoed, her laughter a brittle echo. "You carve your name in blood and think it noble. The gods will never forgive you." I watched as her words wrapped around Agamemnon, squeezing tighter and tighter until he gasped, the truth clawing at his heart. The tension battered like waves against a cliff, threatening to shatter him. He turned away, fists clenched, the world around him a blur of chaos and despair. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of shouts and the clash of swords, a wild symphony of madness that filled the air. Shadows flickered, and I felt the earth tremble beneath me, as if it too was aware of the darkness that had seeped into our veins. I could see the faces of the fallen, their wide eyes staring into the void, and I knew, in that instant, that Agamemnon's victory was built on a foundation of rot. Do you not feel it? I wanted to scream at him. The curse that clings to your very being? The blood of innocence stains your hands, and you cannot wash it away. But he was distant, lost in the fog of his own making, and I felt the despair wrapping around my heart like ice. I remember thinking how easily ambition twisted the noblest of hearts into something grotesque. I watched him falter, his shoulders slumping under the weight of a crown he never asked for. The sky darkened, and the rain poured harder, drenching everything in its relentless embrace. I felt the coldness seep into my bones, but there was something else, an undercurrent of rage surging through me, an infectious fever igniting a fire I couldn't contain. I was drawn to Clytemnestra's fury, the fierce, unyielding rage of a woman scorned. "Will you pay the price for your glory?" she demanded, stepping into the storm, her voice a battle cry. "What will you sacrifice next? Your children? Your love? Don't you see that this victory has cost you more than you can bear?" Agamemnon turned, his eyes locking onto her, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of fear. His breath came fast, ragged, and I felt an electric pulse course through the air, a tension so thick it could be carved with a knife. The world narrowed to just the two of them, the storm raging around them, and I knew this confrontation was inevitable. I did what I had to do. His voice trembled, but there was steel in it, an echo of the warrior he once was. "And in doing so, you have lost everything," she screamed, the words slashing through the rain like a dagger. "You are a king, Agamemnon, but you are also a monster. The gods will not let you escape your fate." I remember the moment when time stood still. The silence that filled the air, as if the cosmos itself was holding its breath. I could see the weight of her words settling on him, pressing into his chest like lead. In that heartbeat, I felt the echoes of their past, the laughter shared, the love that once ignited a fire between them, now extinguished by the flames of ambition. The storm raged on, and I felt myself draw closer, caught in their tempest. The shadows whispered, promising that this was merely the beginning. A cycle of violence, an unending dance of blood and betrayal, spiraling into the abyss. And I stood there, a witness to their unraveling, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm, knowing that the true cost of victory was yet to come. The shadows loomed larger than life, a reminder that every choice carries weight, every action echoes through time. The curse of Agamemnon had begun, and it would haunt us all. The night clung to the ruins of Troy like a shroud, thick with the scent of smoke and sorrow, an oppressive silence pressing down as if the gods themselves held their breath. A single torch flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts of the past, whispering secrets of betrayal and bloodshed. I stood there, heart racing, as the echoes of a war long forgotten crashed against my mind, memories clashing like swords. It was as if I could hear the cries of the fallen, feel the weight of their unburied dreams. "Cassandra!" The voice cut through the air, sharp and desperate. I turned, and there she was, her eyes wild, haunted by visions of doom that no one believed. Her hands trembled, stained with the dust of the dead, the remnants of a battle that had eaten away her sanity piece by piece. "They'll come. They'll come for us all. The fear in her voice clawed at my chest, a tight grip of shared anguish for a future steeped in blood and vengeance. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, a slow march towards inevitable destruction. I felt the ground around me tremble, and it wasn't just from the weight of the approaching army, it was the tremor of morality cracking beneath the strain of vengeance. The choices of men, haunting, relentless, like the shadows at twilight, hovered around us, wrapping us in a suffocating embrace. I remembered my father's words, the way they had felt then, like a shield against the chaos. Honor the past, but beware its legacy. What did that even mean in a world where honor was a mask worn by the wicked? Hector, my brother, stood resolute, his silhouette framed against the burning ruins. The way he gripped his sword spoke volumes, a man torn between duty and despair. I saw the torment twist his features, the agony of knowing he would fight for a city that had given him nothing but suffering. Cassandra, he whispered, his voice almost lost in the wind. We must prepare. They'll come for us, and we must be ready to fight. A warrior's resolve shattered by a brother's love, each word a bleeding wound, a sign of the end. I stepped closer, the heat of his body warming the chill in my bones. But at what cost, Hector? At what cost? The plea in my voice held the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions, echoing through the night. The truth was, we were all prisoners of our choices, caged by the ghosts of our ancestors who marched to the beat of ambition and hubris. The very walls of Troy, once a fortress of pride, now felt like a mausoleum rotting under the burden of history. Shadows stretched long as the torch sputtered, and I caught a glimpse of the stars, each one a whisper, a reminder of those who had come before us, who had loved and lost, fought and bled, each twinkling light a flicker of hope against the darkness. I closed my eyes and let the memories wash over me, a bittersweet tide of laughter and sorrow. I remember, I murmured, the way the sun kissed the ocean, the sound of our laughter before the war, before the shadows. But the past was a cruel mistress, always reaching back, pulling us into its embrace. I opened my eyes to find Hector studying me, his gaze heavy, filled with the weight of unspoken words. You know it's too late for us, don't you? He asked, and I felt the world tilt on its axis, the inevitability of fate pressing down like a stone. All our choices have led here, to this moment. There's no escaping it. Yet, in that bleakness, a flicker of defiance ignited within me. We can still change our fate, Hector. We can still fight for something greater than our blood. I reached for him, fingers brushing against the cool steel of his sword, the promise of power lingering in the air like the scent of rain. We can fight for the future. But as the crunch of boots on gravel approached, a cacophony of war drums echoed in the distance, each beat a reminder of the choices we had made, the lives we had traded for pride. I felt the specters of the fallen wrap around me, their stories intertwining with mine, a tapestry of agony and valor. Their eyes, hollow yet fierce, stared back, begging me to remember the cost of vengeance, the price of loyalty. Then, like a thunderclap, the gates of Troy burst open, revealing a tide of warriors, faces twisted in rage, mouths screaming for blood. Hector! I cried, my heart racing, a panic coursing through my veins like wildfire. We have to go. We cannot face them, not like this. But he stood firm, a mountain against the storm, unwilling to yield. No, Cassandra. I will not abandon my people. This is our legacy. The weight of his decision hung heavy in the air, a heartbeat pulsing with each passing second, time slipping through our fingers like sand. I remembered him as a child, laughing in the sun, carefree and innocent, untouched by the darkness that now threatened to consume us. The laughter echoed in my mind, sweet yet tinged with bitterness. I remember, I whispered again, the words a desperate invocation against the encroaching night. His gaze softened for a moment, and in that flicker of understanding, I felt the rift between us widen. Love and duty collided, the ghosts of our ancestors watching with bated breath, their bones trembling under the weight of their choices. I reached out, grasping his arm, feeling the taut muscles beneath, the warrior ready to fight, caught between the blade and the heart. Do you not see? I begged, desperation lacing my voice, this war will swallow us whole. We can break the cycle. but the fierce light in his eyes was unyielding, a spark of determination that ignited the flames of resolve. Then, the first clash of metal rang out, a soul-shattering sound, a reminder of what was lost and what was yet to come. The shadows of the past and the echoes of the future converged, and I stood there, trembling, heart pounding, as the storm unfurled around us, each beat of battle a reminder of humanity's relentless dance with fate. "Cassandra," he shouted, the sound of my name a lifeline thrown into the tempest. "We fight! We fight until the end." And as I watched the figures clash in the darkness, the weight of their decisions a heavy burden upon my chest, I realized this was our legacy, a tapestry woven with threads of pain, glory, and the unyielding courage to face the ghosts of our past. In the heart of chaos, we stood, bound by a history that would never let go, and the cycle of myths and morality continued to spin, an eternal dance of light and shadow. There it was, the sky clothed in bruised hues, heavy clouds pregnant with a storm that could not contain its fury. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, like the silence before a scream. In the distance, the echoes of gunfire punctuated the stillness, a relentless heartbeat of chaos that reverberated through the dilapidated streets. I stood, breathless, heart racing, at the edge of a world unraveling, where shadows danced in the corners of my vision and memories flickered like dying flames. I remember Clara. Her laughter was a melody that hung in the air like smoke, sweet and bitter, layered with the heaviness of unshed tears. We were inseparable once, two dreamers who painted the walls of our sanctuary with wild strokes of color and fervor. But war has a way of dimming even the brightest of spirits. I could see it now, the way her eyes had dulled, reflecting the broken city around us. She moved like a ghost, haunted by the specters of loss, each step a silent prayer to forgotten dreams. "Art," she would say, her voice trembling, "is the only truth left." I remember her words slicing through the air, a desperate plea wrapped in fragile hope. But what truth is there when the world is set ablaze? When the stench of charred earth mingles with the fragrance of brush strokes, can beauty still breathe? And then there was Aeneas, the poet. Oh, how he wielded words like a sword, drawing blood with every line. He penned verses that shimmered with the rawness of the human experience, capturing our agony, our joy. But now, his hands trembled as he clutched a crumpled piece of paper, its words smudged by tears and ink. "Can you hear it?" he whispered, voice breaking like fragile glass. The haunting of the unsung, the screams lost in silence. With every day that passed, I could feel the weight of despair coiling tighter around us, a serpent ready to strike. We were artists in a war, fighting against the very tide that sought to drown us. The streets were filled with whispers of the fallen, their dreams turned to ash, yet we clung to our paintbrushes and pens, our lifelines in a drowning world. I remember nights when we gathered in the remnants of a cafe, now just a shell of a place that once thrummed with life. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that whispered secrets, and we shared our fears, our hopes, our art. Clara painted on scraps of canvas, her fingers stained with color, while Aeneas recited the verses that flowed from his soul, each word a battle cry against the silence that threatened to engulf us. The war was relentless, but in those moments, we carved out a sanctuary, a fragile haven where beauty lived. Yet, the war was a thief, merciless and cunning. It crept into our lives like an unwelcome guest, snatching away those we loved. One evening, the ground shook beneath us, a violent tremor that split the night sky open. Clara's laughter was silenced that day, snuffed out like the dimming flame of a candle. I remember falling to my knees, the weight of loss crashing over me like a tidal wave. The world around me blurred, colors bleeding into one another until all I could see was darkness, a canvas void of hope. Aeneas stood there, a statue of grief, his hands trembling as he tore the paper from his grasp. "What is left to say?" he cried, his voice raw and breaking. "The words have abandoned us." But I knew the truth of it, the ugly truth. The art had not abandoned us, we had abandoned hope. And yet, in the depths of despair, something stirred within me. I remember the flicker of rebellion igniting in my chest, a fire that refused to be extinguished. Clara's laughter echoed in my mind, a reminder that our world, shattered as it was, still held fragments of beauty begging to be reclaimed. "Let us paint the sorrow," I said, voice trembling but resolute. Let us weave the threads of our pain into something larger than ourselves. Aeneas looked at me, confusion etched across his face, but I could see the faint glimmer of understanding. We must bear witness, he whispered, and with that, something shifted. We began again, picking up the pieces of our broken hearts and transforming them into art. Through the war's relentless din, we found our voices, echoes of yearning that burned like stars in the night. Clara's brush danced across the canvas, capturing the beauty of loss, a haunting reminder of what had been and what could never be. Aeneas penned verses that cut deep, words swirling like ghosts around us, breathing life into our shared grief. The city became our canvas, a tapestry of emotion painted in shades of sorrow and defiance. Murals sprang up like wildflowers through cracks in the pavement, vibrant and alive amidst the decay. Words dripped from walls, a chorus of hope battling against the silence. We became conduits, carrying the weight of the fallen in our art, transforming pain into a legacy. But the war was far from finished. It was more than battles fought and lives lost. It seeped into our very souls, a creeping darkness that threatened to consume us. I could feel it tightening its grip, the shadows lurking in the corners, whispering their poison. Every stroke of paint, every penned word was a confrontation, an act of rebellion against the inevitability of despair. And just like that, we became a movement, a chorus of voices rising against the tide. We pushed back against the void, art becoming our shield, literature our sword. The war raged on outside, but within our small sanctuary, creativity flourished. We were wounded but unbroken, crafting a narrative that intertwined our pain with resilience. The night deepened, and the city pulsed with the rhythm of our art. I remember sensing a shift, a crack in the darkness above. As if the stars themselves were peering through the chaos, reminding us that even the smallest glimmer could ignite a fire. But in that moment, the air thickened again, and the echoes of gunfire returned, a reminder that the battle was far from won. I looked at Aeneas and Clara, their eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, and I realized we were not alone. Our art had become a collective heartbeat, a reminder of what we were fighting for, a reminder that beauty, even amidst horror, is a powerful act of rebellion. And so, we painted on, words flowing like blood, art emerging from the depths of despair, weaving a tapestry that would stretch beyond time. In the face of the abyss, we found our reason to exist. The war raged, but in our hearts and on our canvases, we transformed that chaos into something that could never be silenced. The story would continue, a testament to the power of art and literature, a legacy of love and loss, woven together in the threads of an unyielding fight. The wind howled through the crumbling walls of Troy, each gust a mournful whisper of the past, resonating with the echoes of love and betrayal, honor and destruction. I stood there, heart pounding, as if the very stones breathed a confession of sins long buried. A haunting silence enveloped me, punctuated only by the distant, sorrowful cries of ghosts, those who had loved fiercely and lost everything in the flames of war. It was a city caught in the throes of memory, and I was but a spectator, swallowed by the shadows. His name was Hector. Noble Hector, the champion of Troy, and here he was, bloodied and weary, standing against fate, the weight of his family's legacy heavy upon his shoulders. The sun set behind him, painting his face in shades of crimson and gold, a warrior caught in the twilight of his glory. I remember how he flashed a smile, a flicker of hope, but his eyes betrayed him, heavy with the knowledge of what lurked in the night. "The gods play their games," he whispered, his voice low and filled with an urgency that gripped me. "But tell me, where is the victory if all that remains is ash?" And there was Andromache, his wife, standing just beyond the reach of the dying light. Her heart was a war-torn battlefield of its own. I remember the way she held their son, Astyanax, cradling him like the last ember of hope, a fragile flame flickering against the darkness. Each breath she took was a silent prayer, an invocation against despair. "You must return to me," she pleaded, her voice trembling, each word a thread pulling at the fabric of their lives. "You must return, or the world will crumble." But fate? Fate is a cruel mistress. I felt it then, a shiver, a foreboding chill, as if the universe itself conspired against them. Hector turned, and in that moment, I saw not just a warrior, but a man torn by duty, love, and the unbearable weight of impending doom. "I remember," he murmured, "before the war, The laughter in the streets, the smell of bread baking, the warmth of your embrace. Those dreams, were they ever real? Time stretched and warped, memories colliding like the shields of warriors. I felt the urgency, the panic, as I was dragged back to the present, a kaleidoscope of emotions, bright and jagged. The sound of horns blared in the distance, the clash of swords echoing like thunder. A storm was brewing, and it was not just in the heavens, it was in their hearts, the battle between love and duty, between the longing for peace and the relentless call to arms. "Oh, Hector," Andromache cried, her voice cracking like brittle glass, "what will become of us? What will become of our son?" The name hung in the air like a spectre, a reminder that their love was the sweetest of torments, a fragile thing in a world ruled by violence. I watched as the tension coiled tighter, like a serpent ready to strike. Hector, noble Hector, grasped her hands, their fingers entwined, a lifeline amidst the chaos. It was a moment suspended in time, where fear and love danced in the dim light. "We will survive this," he promised, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. "If not for me, then for you. For Astyanax." But the winds howled louder, their message a savage roar, the clash of swords and the wails of the dying. In the distance, a figure loomed, clad in bronze and darkness, the inevitable harbinger of doom, Achilles. I felt the air thicken, the promise of violence looming like a thundercloud ready to burst. The tides of fate were shifting, and here stood Hector, a hero of epic proportions, faced with a monster who had long since outrun his own humanity. I remember the coldness of the ground beneath my feet, the way the earth trembled as if sensing the impending violence. Andromache's grip tightened on their son, the innocence in his eyes a stark contrast to the nightmare unfolding. "You are my world," she whispered to Hector, as if that simple truth could shield them from the impending storm. "Do not forget." But how easy it is to forget when the gods themselves twist the threads of fate. "I will return," he vowed, a brave facade against the onslaught of despair threatening to engulf them. And yet, the winds carried a different message, a warning laced with inevitability. As Hector turned to face his destiny, I felt my heart race, a drumbeat in time with the clash of steel and the cries of the fallen. The city of Troy was not just a place of stone and mortar, it was a vessel of dreams, a repository of human desire and anguish. Each step he took felt like a promise carved into the very fabric of existence, a promise that would echo through time, whispered among lovers and warriors alike. And then, the confrontation, the clash of titans, thundered to life. The ground shook, and I was there, trapped in the intensity of their struggle, the air thick with sweat and the metallic scent of blood. Hector, driven by love and honor, stood resolute against the wrath of Achilles, who moved like a wraith, a ghost of vengeance cloaked in the fury of the gods. I remember the moment their blades met, the sparks flying like stars extinguished in an endless night. There was a beauty in the chaos, a macabre dance of life and death, where every glance held the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. They fought not just for glory, but for the love that tethered them to the earth, the families they sought to protect, the legacies they carved with every strike. The city wept around them, and I felt the walls tremble, the ghosts of Troy haunting the alleys and rooftops, urging them on, history's breath upon their shoulders. In that moment, love and loss intertwined, creating a tapestry of fate that pulled me in, deeper and deeper. The battle raged, each clash resonating within me like a heartbeat, a reminder of the cost of war, the cost of loving fiercely in a world ruthless in its demand. And then, a scream shattered the night. A heart-wrenching, soul-crushing sound that pierced through the chaos, resonating with an unshakable grief. Andromache's voice echoed in my ears, a haunting reminder that love, at its core, is an act of defiance against the void. As the shadows lengthened, the battle continued, and the city trembled on the brink of destruction, leaving me suspended in this cycle of emotion, captured in the weight of a war where every moment felt like a spark waiting to ignite. And just when I thought it would end, when resolution seemed within grasp, the story twisted and turned, spiraling out, leaving threads unraveled. The echoes of Troy lingered, shadows of warriors, whispers of lost love, and even the promise of rebirth in the ashes of despair. It was a narrative that would never truly die, a cycle of pain and beauty eternally entwined, beckoning me to linger just a moment longer in the sweet agony of its embrace. The air is thick with dust, a murky haze that clings to every breath, and I am standing at the edge of a forgotten world. The sun hangs low, an angry orb casting long shadows that stretch like desperate fingers clawing at the past. I can feel the ground tremble under my feet, a heartbeat echoing from the depths of time. I close my eyes, and for a moment, the silence is deafening. Then, I hear it, a whisper, a scream, the ghostly laughter of those who walked here before me. 3 figures emerge from the darkness, each bearing the weight of their own haunted histories. Sarah is the first, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. She's a scholar, but she wears her knowledge like armor, fragile yet fierce. I remember the first time we unearthed a fragment of pottery together. The thrill of discovery, the pulse of connection to the ancients, it ignited something in her, a fire that now flickers and dims as she grapples with self-doubt. Then there's Mark, a cynic clad in leather and sarcasm, his laughter a bitter melody. He's here because he has to be, not because he wants to believe. I remember him scanning the horizon, arms crossed, as if warding off the very ghosts we sought to understand. History is made of stories, he'd say, and we're just the fools digging through the debris. But there's a flicker in his dark eyes, a yearning for truth that he can't quite suppress. And lastly, there's me. I'm the one who sees the thread spun between time and space, a tapestry woven with tears and triumphs. I feel the pull of the past in every fiber of my being. There's a shiver running down my spine, the tension thickens like a blade unsheathed, ready to pierce the fabric of our reality. We shouldn't be here, Sarah mutters, her voice a fragile whisper, filled with an urgency that sends chills racing across my skin. Her hands tremble as she brushes the dirt away from a half-buried relic. I glance at Mark, who rolls his eyes, but I can see the tension in his jaw, the way he clenches his fists against the unseen weight pressing down on us. Do you feel that? I ask, my voice barely above a breath. The air shifts, a palpable energy crackling around us, wrapping us in an embrace both comforting and suffocating. The shadows dance, whispering secrets of the past, and for a moment, I am lost in their rhythm. I remember, the last time we were here, I begin, a flood of memories washing over me, fragments of laughter, echoes of arguments, warmth of camaraderie. But there's a darkness lurking beneath, a shadow that haunts our every step. The way the ground shifted, the way the air felt alive. We dig deeper, fingers grazing ancient stones that have felt the weight of countless lives. Each flick of the trowel feels like a heartbeat, a reminder of what was lost, what remains hidden just beneath the surface. But then, I see something, a glint of metal, half buried in the earth. My heart races as I reach for it, pulling it free from its cold slumber. Look! I gasp, holding it up like a trophy, but the weight of it feels ominous. It's a pendant, bearing the emblem of a long-forgotten dynasty, the echoes of its power still resonating within its cold, hard surface. My heart pounds, adrenaline surging as realization dawns. The stories we seek to unveil are not mere relics, they are the remnants of lives lived in desperation, love, and betrayal. Sarah's eyes widen, a mix of delight and dread swirling within them. Do we even know what we're tampering with? She asks, her voice shaking as if the very air around us might shatter at any moment. Mark scoffs, but I see the flicker of fear in his eyes. It's just a piece of metal, he retorts, but the bravado feels hollow. We are standing at the precipice of something vast and dark, and with every heartbeat, I feel the weight of history pressing down on us. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, I say softly, the memories flooding back. Tales of kings and queens, of battles fought for glory and love, and of curses that lingered long after the last sword was drawn. What if we upset the balance? And then it happens, an earth-shattering crack like thunder splits the air, and the ground trembles violently beneath our feet. I stumble, grasping at the pendant, and Mark shouts, "Run!" But where do we run when the very ground betrays us? The sky darkens as clouds swirl above us, and I feel the weight of the past pressing in, ghosts rising from the depths of history, demanding to be heard. The ground buckles, and I catch a glimpse of something beneath the surface, a hand, skeletal and reaching, as if clawing its way back into the world. Panic ignites in our chests, and we scramble back, but it's not just fear that grips us, it's the realization that some truths are meant to stay buried. We are trespassers in a realm of shadows, and the echoes of the past threaten to consume us whole. I remember, I whisper, but the memories slip away like grains of sand, lost in the tumultuous storm of emotion swirling around us. Sarah's face is pale, a ghostly reflection of the terror that grips us. Mark's bravado crumbles, and for the first time, I see the boy he once was, terrified of the darkness that shadows him. Together, I shout, and we clasp hands, a fragile link in a world turned chaotic. The shadows close in, and the whispers grow louder, urging us to listen, to understand the weight of the lives that came before us. Each heartbeat, each breath, becomes a chant of survival, an echo of something primal that ties us to the very earth beneath our feet. As we stand there, a united front against the storm, I know this isn't just about relics or stories. It's about the pulse of history, the unyielding force of time, and the realization that the past is never really dead. It breathes, it yearns, and it demands to be understood. In that moment, as the ground shakes and the shadows dance like phantoms around us, I feel it, the thread that binds us together, the heart of something ancient and raw. The journey doesn't end here, it spirals onward, into the unknown, into the depths of the myth, where the archaeological evidence lies waiting, and the truth is forever intertwined with the echoes of our souls. The city was shrouded in a choking fog, its streets slick with rain that seemed to bleed from the sky, each droplet a whisper of despair. I stood at the edge of the square, heart pounding, as the distant wail of sirens pierced the air, a summons to all who had ever lost themselves in shadows. I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the scent of damp earth mixed with something darker, fear, desperation, and something that curled like smoke in the back of my throat. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of light and darkness. Elena was there, the girl who wore her strength like armor, yet behind those fierce green eyes lay the fragility of 1,000 shattered dreams. She stood defiantly, fists clenched, as if willing the universe to bend to her will. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way her breath hitched as she faced the storm bearing down on us. She had fought so hard, clawed her way from the abyss, but now, standing at the precipice of destruction, I could see the cracks in her resolve. "I won't let them take what's ours," she breathed, voice steady yet laced with the tremors of doubt. Each word hung in the air like a challenge, a promise wrapped in desperation. Then there was Marcus, the self-proclaimed hero, his laughter a facade that failed to mask the guilt gnawing at his insides. He wore his confidence like a second skin, charm spilling from him in waves, but behind that veneer lay a tempest of betrayal. The shadows of the past clung to him, darkening the corners of his heart. I caught his eye, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between us, a shared acknowledgement of the choices that had led us here. "It was never supposed to be like this," he said, voice low and haunted, a confession spilling from his lips like a secret best buried. His facade cracked just enough to let the truth bleed through, sharp and painful. The tension coiled between us, a living thing, ready to explode. I remembered the whispers of our childhood dreams, how we had envisioned heroes battling villains, light dancing through the darkness, but none of that prepared us for the reality. Heroes were not always righteous, and villains were often misunderstood. We were left to navigate a world painted in shades of grey, where intentions blurred, and the line between right and wrong twisted like a thorny vine. As the crowd surged, a wave of faces drowned in emotion, I felt my heart quicken. There was a woman in the front, clutching a child, her eyes wide with terror, a mirror of our own dread. I remembered my own childhood, the nights spent under the covers, listening for the monsters lurking in the dark, only to realize the monsters were never far. They wore faces we recognized, spoke words we longed to hear. I could see it in her eyes, she was fighting her own battle, struggling against the tide of despair. A figure emerged from the fog, cloaked in darkness, a villain crafted from our nightmares. He moved with a predatory grace, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, the embodiment of every reason we had ever feared. I could feel the air freeze, a chill creeping down my spine like the slow, insistent tick of a clock counting down to doom. The villain was not an outsider, he was one of us, a familiar silhouette from a past we couldn't escape. Elena stepped forward, eyes blazing, as if daring the darkness to consume her. "You're not invincible," she shouted, defiance pouring from her like molten fire, but was it bravado or a desperate plea? I wondered how many times she had faced her own demons, how long she had fought just to stand here, bathed in the glow of fading streetlights, ready to confront the embodiment of every fear. Marcus moved to her side, the weight of his past heavy on his shoulders. "We can't let him win," he said, the conviction in his voice a flickering candle against a relentless storm. I wanted to believe him, wanted to believe that heroes could rise and banish the darkness, yet the shadows of our past loomed large, thickening the air around us. In that moment, I felt the gravity of our choices, a universe unfolding in a single heartbeat where love and hatred collided. I remember the times I had chosen silence over truth, complicity over confrontation. It was a cycle that echoed through our lives, each decision weaving a tapestry of consequence. The villain laughed, a sound that echoed in my bones, a reminder that our greatest battles are often fought within. The fog thickened, swirling around us like a living entity, each breath a struggle, each heartbeat a war cry. Elena's defiance ignited something in me, a flicker of hope battling against the shadows. I saw Marcus's fear morph into determination, as if at that moment he understood, it wasn't about winning or losing, it was about standing tall in the face of despair. And then, the world exploded, the villain lunged, the crowd surged, time unraveling, a cacophony of chaos erupting all around us. In that instant, I felt everything, the terror, the hope, the weight of 1,000 decisions, the ghosts of our past clawing at our heels. I was caught in the crossfire of loyalty and betrayal, love and hatred, heroes and villains, each breath a reminder that the lines we draw are often the most fragile. As the confrontation escalated, I could feel the fabric of our reality fraying, the world around us collapsing into a haze of emotion and intensity. I remembered, again and again, that this was not a fairy tale, the stories we lived were raw, painful, and gloriously flawed. The battle was not merely between good and evil but within ourselves, a struggle for identity, purpose, and redemption. The fog began to clear, revealing the shards of our destiny scattered across the ground, each piece glinting like sharp glass. In that moment, I realized, the heroes and villains lived within us all, intertwined. And as we stood together, on the brink of an abyss, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, I understood that the true fight was not against a single foe but against the darkness within us all. And that darkness whispered, beckoning us closer, reminding us that the line between hero and villain was always destined to blur. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that reverberated through the air and made the ground tremble. Rain fell in sheets, each drop a whisper of fate tapping at the windows, a reminder of the choices left unmade, the roads not taken. I stood in the middle of a crowded room, the weight of 1,000,000 eyes pressing down on me. My heart raced. A clock ticked in the corner, each second a reminder of the chaos about to unfold as I looked into the eyes of my brother, Jonah. He stood there, fists clenched, a storm brewing in his chest. "You don't understand," he spat, desperation mingling with rage. "You think you can control this? Control me? But can anyone truly control their own fate?" I remembered the summer we spent chasing fireflies, weaving through fields of tall grass, thinking we were invincible, that we could outrun the shadows that whispered our names. Back then, the world was simple, or maybe we were just too naive to see the chains that bound us. I wanted to reach out to him, to pull him back from the edge he was teetering on, but how could I? I felt the surreal pull of inevitability, as if our paths were etched in stone. Across the room, Clara watched us, her face a mask of anguish. I could see the tears glistening in her eyes, a reflection of the turmoil that churned between us. She was the embodiment of hope, a breath of fresh air in a world choked by despair. But hope can turn to poison. My mind raced back to the night she spoke of dreams that haunted her, shadows creeping through her subconscious, warnings she didn't know how to interpret. "They are not just dreams," she had whispered, trembling, "they are warnings." I could feel the weight of her words now, clinging to the air like smoke. The tension between us thickened, a living thing that threatened to consume us. What if it's already decided? I wanted to scream. What if we're all just puppets dancing on strings we can't see? Jonah's voice broke through the haze, raw and trembling. "You think I want this? You think I choose to feel this way?" His eyes darted around the room, searching for answers, for the comfort of certainty. Instead, he only found shadows, lurking behind every corner, taunting him with the possibilities of what could have been. I could see the struggle in his heart, the war between desire and destiny. I remember the first time I felt the weight of choice, the moment I stood at the precipice of freedom and fear. The world stretched before me like an uncharted ocean, waves crashing against the rocks of expectation. I was terrified. The fear of failure roared louder than the siren call of adventure. I made a choice then, a choice that reverberated through time, shaping not just my destiny, but the destinies of those I loved. The clock continued its relentless ticking. Jonah took a step closer, the air between us crackling with tension. "You chose this, didn't you? You chose to leave me." His voice was a knife, slicing through the years of understanding we had built like a fragile house of cards. "You chose Clara." I felt the sting of his words, felt them burrow deep into my heart. I wanted to tell him it wasn't about choice, it was about survival. It was about finding light in the darkest of times. I wanted to tell him that love is not a finite resource, that it expands and contracts like the universe itself. But how could I? The words lodged in my throat, heavy with the weight of our shared history. In that moment, Clara stepped forward, her voice a gentle caress against the storm raging in the room. "You both chose, in your own ways. Every decision has ripples, Jonah. We can't predict where they will lead." Her eyes glinted with unshed tears, reflecting our shared pain. "But we can choose to confront our fears, to embrace the unknown. But fear has a way of weaving itself into the fabric of our souls, threading through our hearts like a relentless spider." I could see it in Jonah, his hands trembling, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "What if I'm meant to be alone?" he whispered, a haunting question that hung in the air like the smoke of forgotten dreams. I wanted to scream that he wasn't alone. I wanted to reach out, to show him that the darkness didn't have to win. But what if the darkness was inevitable? What if fate had already cast its die? I remembered the stories my grandmother told of the fate spinning the destinies of men, weaving their destinies into a tapestry that no one could unravel. Were we merely threads in a grand design, pulled by an unseen hand? In that moment, I felt the weight of eons pressing down on me. Jonah's eyes flickered with something dangerous, a spark that ignited the air between us. "I'll break the chains. I'll forge my own path." And just like that, he was gone, rushing into the storm, leaving behind a wake of uncertainty. I turned to Clara, her presence a balm on my frayed nerves. What if he's right? The fear coiled around my heart, squeezing. What if we really have no choice? Her hand found mine, grounding me in the midst of the chaos. Then we fight. We fight for every choice we can make, every moment we can seize. The clock continued its march towards the inevitable, each tick echoing the pulse of fate, yet in that moment, something shifted. A spark ignited within my chest, a flicker of determination. I remember that life is not just a series of choices, but a collection of moments, brief, fleeting, and precious. And in those moments, perhaps we can find freedom even amidst the chains of fate. And so, the storm raged on, the boundaries between fate and choice blurring in the darkness, pulling us deeper into the unknown, a dance neither of us could escape. Each heartbeat reverberated through the chaos, the truth whispering in the silence between the thunder. We were not just passive players in a grand design, we were the architects of our own destinies, standing at the edge of oblivion, ready to leap into the abyss. Ash falls like snow, settling on the ground, thick and heavy as I stand amid the ruins, my heart pounding like a war drum. The shadows of forgotten giants loom over me, whispering secrets of betrayal, love, and loss. The scent of blood and sweat lingers in the air, mingling with fear. I remember the stories, the endless tales spun in the flickering light of a fire, tales of gods playing with mortals like pawns on a chessboard. I remember the day the news broke, Troy had fallen. I remember the faces that twisted in agony, joy, and despair. But now, as I gaze upon the smoldering remnants of what was once a proud city, I only feel the weight of echoes, the pulse of history's heartbeat haunting me. Helen stands before me, her beauty a cruel reminder of what was lost. She clutches a tattered piece of cloth, once a vibrant robe, now faded like her spirit. I see her eyes, stormy seas reflecting the tempest within. She was the spark that ignited 1,000 ships, a face that launched a war, yet here she stands, a woman broken by the consequences of her choices. What is left for me? Her voice trembles, and it cuts deeper than any blade. What do I do with a love that has turned to ash? How do you carry the burden of a war fought in your name? I ask, feeling the anguish seep into my own bones. I am drawn to her pain, a moth to the flame. I remember the laughter of warriors who once called her a prize, the way they sang and drank in celebration of their conquest. Yet what triumph can come from such devastation? The hearts of men, twisted by ambition, now lay scattered like the remnants of Troy. Across the valley, the figure of Achilles stands, a statue of rage and regret carved from the very stone that once crumbled beneath the siege. He is the hero, and yet, he is a ghost. I can see him, the fury etched into every line of his face, the raw power of vengeance coursing through him. Why must a hero suffer? I want to scream at him, but I know he hears the question already in the silence of his own thoughts. He walks with the weight of his fallen comrades, each step a reminder of the bloodshed he could neither prevent nor escape. Patroclus, he murmurs, and the name hangs in the air like a noose, choking the breath from my lungs. As he swings his sword, a flash of memory strikes me, sights of camaraderie, of laughter shared over cups of wine. The night before the battle, when they were not just warriors but friends, brothers. But no bonds can withstand the storm of war. I remember the shouts, the clash of metal, and the cries of the dying drowning out the music of life. In this moment of clarity, I feel the depth of Achilles' grief, an unbearable weight that crushes the very essence of his being. I will not let him die in vain, he whispers, and I realize that he is not fighting for victory, but for a memory that haunts him, a ghost that refuses to be laid to rest. Around us, the remnants of the battlefield stir with the winds of time. Each gust carries with it tales of heroism and tragedy, of glory won and lost. I can sense the presence of the gods, watching from their celestial thrones, chuckling with indulgent malice. They have played their game, and we are but pieces on their board. I shiver as I think of how the Trojan War echoes through generations, a dark symphony that influences every conflict that follows. Every war, every act of betrayal, every flicker of love, it all spirals back to this moment. I turn my gaze back to Helen. We are not just pawns, Helen. We are the echoes. The weight of her sorrow presses on my chest, the intensity of her despair palpable. You were a queen, a beacon of hope, but now, what remains? Memories, whispers of a time when love was not a weapon. And then she laughs, a haunting sound filled with bitterness. Hope? Is that what we are left with? Hope is a cruel jest. I am a woman scorned by love and war. Tell me, what do I have but memories? Her pain wraps around me like a vine, squeezing tighter and tighter. In the distance, Achilles' sword plunges into the earth, the sound reverberating through the air, and I feel it in my bones. Each clash of metal reminds me that none of us can escape the shadows of our past. We are all entangled in this web of history, spinning from the same thread of fate. I watch as the sun sets, the horizon ablaze with hues of red and gold, a striking contrast to the desolation surrounding us. It was never just about the war, was it? I whisper to the wind. The question hangs heavily in the twilight, beckoning shadows from the depths of memory. We are held captive by our own desires, our own failures, woven into the fabric of time. As darkness descends, enveloping us in its cool embrace, I feel the pulse of history quicken. The air thrums with a sense of impending doom, as if the ghosts of those long gone are rising to reclaim their stories. Helen clutches my arm, and I can feel her trembling, the fear, the urgency, the unspoken plea that this cycle of pain must end. But how? How do we break free from the chains forged in the fires of Troy? In this moment, I know. I see the connections, the threads binding us to the past. I see the influence of the Trojan War rippling through time, each act, each decision, like a stone cast into a still pond, sending waves crashing against the shores of future generations. We are all marked by it, shaped by its intensity, haunted by the ghosts of those who came before us. And as the last light fades, we stand on the precipice of something immense, an understanding that will echo through the ages. There is no resolution, no neatly tied bow to this tale of grief and glory. There is only the relentless march of time, a cycle that spins on, drawing us all into its depths. The night is alive, crackling with the whisper of forgotten heroes, and in the darkness, I sense the weight of their stories pressing against us, urging us to remember, to feel, to breathe life into the echoes of the past. And so we stand, awaiting the dawn that will never truly come, caught forever in the shadow of the Trojan War. The wind howled like a wounded beast, a turbulent symphony that echoed through the naked streets of a city gripped by its own shadows. I stood there, heart racing, listening to the whispers of the past, and I could almost hear the clinking armor of men who fought for glory and love, their screams mingling with the cries of the dying. The stench of betrayal hung thick in the air, a reminder that even the most storied heroes could falter under the weight of their desires. This moment, this tension, hung heavy as I faced the very embodiment of it all, Helen, a vision of beauty wrapped in layers of anguish. Her gaze was a storm, swirling with regret and longing. I watched her, the way she stood at the intersection of past and present, as if each heartbeat brought her closer to the ghosts of her choices. I remember the night they came for me, she whispered, voice trembling like the leaves of an autumn tree. The air was thick with promises, and the flames of Troy had not yet burned in my dreams. Each word was a dagger, stabbing at the heart of a conflict stretched across millennia, yet here, in this moment, it felt achingly immediate. Across from her, Paris shifted uneasily, the golden boy turned weary man, caught between the lust that brought him glory and the pain that followed him like a shadow. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of the boy he once was, the boy who would dare to steal a queen, unaware that his name would echo in tales of tragedy. "What have we done?" he murmured, looking away, as if the truth alone could kill him. What price is worth this kind of love? The question hung there, taunting, teasing, as if it were a riddle with no answer. It seemed absurd, the way desire had turned into a chain, binding them to a fate that felt all too familiar, yet unshakably alien. I felt sweat trickle down my back, the heat of their turmoil becoming a palpable force, an electric charge that ignited something deep within me. Was it passion? Or was it the fear that our own choices could mirror theirs? I could almost hear the clang of swords, the cries of men, and the laughter of gods who reveled in the chaos they had orchestrated. "Do you think the world has changed?" Helen asked, her voice trembling as she stepped closer. "Do you think the men who fight today fight for love, or just for power? Are they not like Paris, blinded by the thrill of conquest?" Each syllable dripped with the weight of her history. Her beauty was a mask for the torment that lived beneath it, and I felt the urge to reach out, to comfort her, but I knew that comfort was a luxury no one could afford in this moment. Paris' brow furrowed, a storm brewing in his chest. "It's all the same," he shot back, anger flashing like fire. "Men will always chase that which is unattainable, be it a woman, a dream, or a throne. We think we are advancing, but we are merely circling the same embers. The Trojan War was fought over meager scraps of love and honor, and here we are, doing the same." He clenched his fists, the tension palpable, a taut string ready to snap. I felt a chill creep up my spine, a realization settling like dust in the corners of my mind. The wars we fought were not only on the battlefield but within ourselves. The pursuit of desire, the thirst for validation, these were the wounds that would never heal. I thought about the people I knew, how their struggles mirrored this ancient tale. My friend, lost in a relationship that felt like a battlefield where love was weaponized, another, drowning in ambition, blinded by the allure of success, believing it would fill the void within. Helen turned sharply, her silhouette stark against the faint glow of distant streetlights, casting shadows that flickered like memories. I was not worth the blood spilled, Paris. Was I? Does love justify the chaos it creates? Her heartache seeped into the air, a scent more intoxicating than any perfume. I could see it, each choice she made, the weight of each decision pressing down on her, and I wanted to scream out, to tell her that she was not alone, that the echoes of her sorrow reverberated across time. Paris stepped forward, desperation lacing his voice. "You are worth it. You always have been." But the words felt hollow, a paper shield against the tidal wave of guilt and fear crashing over them. The tender look in his eyes was tinged with madness, a man driven to the brink by choices that felt as if they had never been his own. And then, there it was, a crack in the facade of their reality, a moment where time seemed to freeze. I could feel it in my bones, the intensity of their shared pain, the rawness of unresolved conflict. It was as if the very fabric of their beings unraveled, threading through the air between them like invisible strings, tugging at my heart. What is love if not a battlefield, where the soldiers are our very souls? I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating, wrapping around us like a suffocating fog. The echoes of war were not just in the past, they were here, in this moment, in our chests, beating with the rhythm of life and death. The stakes were real, they were palpable. With every breath, I felt their struggle, their heartbreak, and it made me ache with a yearning I couldn't understand. Does it ever end? Helen asked, her voice barely a whisper, and I knew she was asking for more than just their tangled fate. She was asking for all of us, for everyone who had ever loved and lost, for those who fought not with swords but with words and silences that cut deeper than any blade. It was a question that lingered, hanging in the air like a lost prayer. As the shadows deepened around us, I realized that in this tumultuous dance of desire and regret, we were forever intertwined with the past. The Trojan War lived on, a haunting reminder that love, in all its glory and pain, would always be worth the fight, even if it meant facing its ghosts. And as the wind howled again, I understood. The echoes of the past whispered to us, reminding us that we are not free of history's grip. As we stood together, the city around us faded, and all that remained was the undeniable truth that our battles were not just ours, but a continuum of the human experience, a cycle that would never truly end. The air shimmers with unspoken dread as twilight descends, a heavy veil that stills the breath of the world. It's in this silence that the shadows of Troy begin to stir, whispering forgotten tales, echoing with a heartbeat that reverberates deep within the stone walls. I can almost feel the weight of history pressing down on my chest, igniting a spark of panic. The once proud city, now a ghost, stands on the edge of oblivion, a fractured mirror reflecting the myths that bind it to our souls. I remember the night it began, the crack of a bowstring, the flicker of flame, the scent of burning wood mingling with the salt of the sea. I remember the faces, twisted in agony, their hopes and dreams consumed by the chaos. And in the midst of it all was Helen, her eyes wide as if the very sky was falling, her beauty a curse that drew destruction like a moth to a flame. She was more than a woman, she was a promise shattered, a longing unfulfilled. To the world, she was the face that launched 1,000 ships, but to me, she was a fragile heart trapped in a gilded cage. Then there was Paris, his spirit torn between love and duty, a prince who had dared to defy the gods. He stood amidst the wreckage, sword in hand, every swing a desperate attempt to carve out his own destiny. I remember how the blood soaked into the earth, each drop a sacrifice to the unyielding quest for glory, for a legacy that would echo through the ages. But at what cost? A hollow victory, perhaps, for as he fought, the real enemy lay not in the enemy's camp, but within his own heart, a yearning that gnawed at him like a relentless spectre. The echoes of battle rang out, punctuated by the cries of the dying. How easily the line between heroism and folly blurred in the chaos. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their regrets intertwining with the wind, reminding me of the fragility of our existence. Why do we fight? I wanted to scream. What glory awaits us in the ashes of our desires? As night cloaked the city, I found myself drawn to the walls, each stone a testament to the lives that had once thrived here. I pressed my palm against the cool surface, feeling the pulse of history beneath my fingertips. The wall spoke to me, a language of sorrow and triumph that entwined through time like the roots of an ancient tree. And in that moment, I was both spectator and participant, caught in a maelstrom of emotions. I remember walking the narrow streets, where shadows danced like phantoms in the flickering torchlight. My heart raced as I thought of Helen's escape, her flight cloaked in secrecy and treachery. She was more than a pawn in a game of gods, she was a woman yearning for freedom, trapped in a tapestry of expectations. I could feel her desperation, the weight of 1,000 eyes upon her, and my chest tightened with empathy. Could she ever find solace, or would she always be haunted by the choices of those who claimed to love her? And Paris? Oh, my heart ached for him as he confronted his own demons. He wore his pride like armor, but beneath it lay a heart that thudded with uncertainty. The moment he laid eyes on Helen, he had forsaken everything, honor, duty, family, and yet, for what? to be a hero in the eyes of a woman who existed not just in reality, but in the mythos that surrounded her. I could feel the weight of his despair. Each moment that passed was a reminder of the price he had paid. Then came the clash, an explosion of sound and fury that tore through the night. Arrows flew like angry wasps, and the air thickened with the acrid scent of burning flesh. I could taste the fear, a metallic tang that clung to my tongue as I bore witness to the chaos. Bodies fell, and with each thud against the earth, I felt a piece of my own soul shatter. They were not just warriors, they were sons, fathers, lovers, each lost in a conflict that promised glory but delivered only pain. I remember the moment the tide turned, the roar of the Greeks, the weight of betrayal crashing down like a tidal wave. And there was Hector, noble and fierce, charging into the fray, his heart a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. But even heroes falter. I watched as he fell, each gasp a final plea for redemption, a cry that echoed into eternity. The world stood still, the silence deafening as the hero lay defeated by the very gods he sought to impress. In that moment, Troy was not just a city, it was a shroud draped over dreams, a testament to the futility of our striving. But then, in the shadows, the whisper of a plan began to unfurl. The wooden horse, a ploy so cunning it felt like a fever dream. I could see it taking shape in the minds of the Greeks, a grotesque parody of hope. How easily they were drawn into folly! The city's walls, once impregnable, seemed to shudder at the thought of betrayal from within. The tension was palpable, a coiled spring ready to snap. Could they truly believe that victory lay in deception, in turning their backs on honor? And Helen, caught in the eye of the storm, was the embodiment of this tragic dance. She was both the cause and the consequence, a thread woven into a tapestry that would unravel with one fateful choice. I remember her gaze, a mixture of longing and despair. What would become of her in this shattered realm? Somewhere, in the depths of her heart, she must have felt the weight of the world pressing down, a bittersweet reminder that love could be as destructive as war. As the night stretched on, shadows lengthened, merging with the cries of the past. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a reminder that nothing, not even a city as storied as Troy, could withstand the ravages of time and betrayal. The air hung thick with the promise of change, a transformation that would leave no heart untouched. The myth and reality bled into one another, a haunting dance of fate that left me breathless. Troy would not simply fall, it would transform, morph into a story that echoed through generations, a cautionary tale wrapped in the garb of legend. In this moment, I felt the pulse of history thrumming in my veins, an unyielding force that demanded recognition, that urged me to remember. And so, I stood there, at the precipice of destruction, heart pounding, breath shallow, as the dawn began to break through the darkness. My mind raced with the echoes of those who had come before, their emotions weaving a rich tapestry of love, loss, and the unquenchable thirst for meaning in a world turned upside down. Troy was not just a place, it was every dream that had been lost to time, every heart that had been shattered in the pursuit of immortality. And as the sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the ruins, I realized this was not an end, but the beginning of something far, far greater. The night seethed with tension, a palpable shroud thickening the air. Shadows loomed like specters, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. In the heart of the chaos, an arrow whistled through the silence, cleaving the stillness, its sharpness cutting into the darkness. I felt the tremor reverberate through my bones, a harbinger of inevitable conflict. I could taste it, the metallic tang of fear mingling with the damp earth beneath my feet. Achilles stood at the precipice, fury radiating from him like heat from a furnace. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his arms taut, ready to unleash a tempest upon his foes. I could almost hear the cries of the fallen echoing in his mind, ghosts clinging to him like shadows, urging him onward. The weight of their expectations, their hopes, pressed down on his shoulders. Because here was the truth, Achilles was not just a warrior, he was a myth, a man carved from the very essence of glory and despair. Yet beneath that veneer of invincibility, a vulnerability brewed, threatening to consume him. Across the battlefield, Hector stood resolute, his heart a thunderstorm of doubt and resolve. The ground trembled beneath his feet, but it wasn't fear that anchored him, it was love, the memory of his family's laughter ringing in his ears, a bittersweet symphony that played endlessly. He was torn, a hero caught between the duty to his people and the haunting lullaby of domestic peace. I could see it in his eyes as they flickered with the light of 1,000 unresolved conflicts. His armor gleamed, but it felt like a cage. He was not invincible. He was a man with a heart, and every beat pounded against the walls of fate, echoing the dread of what was to come. I remember the first time I felt this way, lost in a crowd, feeling like a specter in my own life. I was at a concert, the music thrumming through my veins, yet I felt utterly disconnected, like a ghost hovering just out of reach. This night felt the same, the palpable energy of battle swirling around me, yet I stood on the periphery, a mere observer of this tragic dance of destruction. The air crackled as Achilles charged forward, an unstoppable force. Time slowed, each heartbeat seemed to reverberate through the universe, the stars themselves seemingly holding their breath. I felt it, the raw energy swirling around him, a vortex of rage and pain. And then, in that fleeting moment, I saw him falter, a flash of doubt, a crack in the armor of his myth. Was it the ghosts of those he had slain? Or the haunting realization that glory was a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any blade? In the very next heartbeat, Hector lunged forward, a wild desperation in his eyes. I felt the ground swell beneath him, the weight of his destiny pressing down like an anvil. He was more than a mere man, he was the embodiment of hope for his people, their shield against the encroaching darkness. But as he faced Achilles, the enormity of his task crashed over him like a wave, threatening to drown him in its depths. And oh, the way their eyes locked, a clash of titans, two worlds colliding. Time ceased to exist in that moment, and all that remained was the intensity of their confrontation, a visceral pulse that resonated through the very fibers of my being. I could feel the despair, the heartbreak, the longing for connection, the tragedy of heroes bound by fate. I wanted to scream, to warn them, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of battle. I remember another time, standing in a graveyard, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon me, the ghosts of the past whispering their secrets through rustling leaves. Each gravestone told a story, a life lived and lost. What did it mean to be a hero in a world steeped in loss? Did it matter if the hero stood alone, surrounded by shadows of the fallen? As I watched Achilles and Hector, I realized they were no different. They were both heroes and spectators in their own tragedies, their legacies intertwined in a tapestry of blood and honor. The clash came, a symphony of steel and flesh, a brutal dance punctuated by the cries of the dying and the deafening silence that followed each strike. I could see the sweat glistening on their brows, feel the thud of their hearts echoing like war drums. In that moment, the line between life and death blurred, and every strike was a question, every parry an answer. And then, as they grappled, a fleeting thought pierced through the chaos. What if the hero's journey was not one of glory, but of sacrifice? What if Achilles was not destined for immortality, but rather for the weight of grief that would consume him? I could see it in his eyes, the dawning realization that every victory carved deeper into his soul, a chasm of loss filled with the echoes of those he could not save. As the dust settled, the battlefield became a tapestry of despair, yet hope flickered like a candle in the storm. I could feel it, a whisper of resilience, a fragile thread binding the broken pieces of their stories, Achilles, the doomed hero, and Hector, the warrior caught between love and duty. They were more than just symbols, they were reflections of our shared humanity, flaws and all. And as their destinies hung in the balance, I knew that the question remained unanswered. What does it mean to be a hero? Is it the glory, the triumph, or the raw ache of living in a world stained by loss? I felt the weight of that question settle around us, thick and heavy, as the shadows stretched, reaching for a resolution that remained tantalizingly out of reach. The night whispered on, a cosmic joke played by the stars, as Achilles and Hector danced their tragic waltz, caught in a loop of fate that echoed long after the final blow. The story was far from over, an endless cycle of heroism and heartbreak, where every heart beat in time with the eternal question, in the pursuit of glory, what do we sacrifice? And would the answer, when it came, feel like a victory or a haunting reminder of all that was lost? The night was a cloak of shadows, wrapping the world in a shroud of uncertainty. A single torch flickered, its flame a wavering heartbeat against the wall of the Trojan citadel. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the distant sounds of metal clashing echoed through the hollow silence. Heartbeats stuttered. Each pulse was a reminder of the impending doom lurking just beyond the gates, an army of men, driven by wrath and vengeance. Agamemnon's voice, a thunderous roar, cut through the night air, stirring something primal in me, a foreboding omen, a reverberation of grief. Helen, the whisper of her name electrified the air, lingered on my lips like a curse. I remembered her laughter, a melody once vibrant, now tarnished by betrayal. It haunted me, a ghost in the shadows of my mind. What folly drove her to leave? What madness? I could hardly breathe as I recalled the way she turned her back on Sparta, her eyes gleaming with a reckless abandon that felt intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. Then there was Paris, young, reckless Paris. A prince of Troy, but one whose heart seemed to throb with the very pulse of folly. I could see him now, standing beside Helen, the halo of their love burning brightly amid the suffocating darkness of betrayal. His choice, a spark that ignited the flames of war, tore the fabric of our world apart. Oh, how I longed to shake him awake. I wanted to scream, "Can't you see? This isn't just romance, it's a reckoning. You're holding fire in your hands, and it will consume us all." But who was I to preach? I was no sage, no prophet. Just a soldier caught in the tempest, grappling with my own demons. The weight of the bronze armor on my chest mirrored the burdens in my heart. I remember the way the metal pressed against my skin, a constant reminder of the choices I had made, the blood I had spilled in the name of honor, and the ideals that now felt as hollow as the echo of a distant battle cry. A sudden crash jolted me from my reverie, a door flung open, and there stood Hector, a titan in the flesh. His armor glinted, a constellation under the flickering torchlight, but his eyes betrayed a fear that belied his stature. I could see the shadows beneath them, the burden of a brother torn between duty and love. "They come for us, brother," he said, voice strained, choked with the weight of inevitability. "They come for blood, for glory, and for you." For me? How absurd, I was but a pawn in a game played by gods. Yet, as Hector's gaze bored into mine, I felt the gravity of his words. I did not want to be a martyr for a cause that felt so far removed from the humanity we clung to in the quiet moments. "We could flee," I whispered, knowing the futility of my suggestion. "We could escape this madness." But even as I spoke, I felt the chains of loyalty and love bind my heart tighter. The air was thick with the scent of impending death, an aroma mixing with the sweat and fear swirling around us. I remembered the stories, those tales my mother told, how the gods played their games with mortals like puppets on strings. But here, in the heart of Troy, reality was far more sinister than myth. I could feel the pull of fate, a cosmic force dragging us toward the precipice, a cliff where dreams plummeted into despair. Time slipped away, seconds melded into an eternity as we prepared for the inevitable. I chose to stand with Hector, to fight beside him, even as doubt clawed at my insides. I saw the determination etching itself onto his face, a mask of composure hiding the storm brewing beneath. "You fight for our family," I said, my voice barely a whisper, trembling with emotion. "But what of your family, Hector? What of Andromache? What of little Astyanax?" He looked away, the weight of his responsibilities crashing upon him like waves against the shore. "I fight for them," he said, but the conviction felt like smoke, transient, fleeting, ready to be snuffed out by the winds of fate. Outside, a cacophony erupted, the clash of swords, the cries of men, the wails of mothers losing their sons. It was a symphony of despair wrapped in glory, where the lines of honor blurred into shadows. Each clash reverberated in my bones, an echo of the darkness that lurked within us all. Suddenly, the walls trembled. I felt it in my chest, an earthquake of dread. The Greeks were breaking through. The air was charged with a raw intensity, an electric current that set my skin ablaze. The time for decisions had dwindled to a heartbeat, and I could hear the clock ticking down, each second a reminder of our fragile existence, each tick a harbinger of doom. I wanted to scream, to claw at the walls and demand the world to stop, to rewind to the moments before the choices led us here, before the glitter of Helen's eyes cast us into this abyss. But there was no going back. The past was a haunting specter, whispering of choices made and unmade. Hector turned to me, and in that moment, the air thickened with unsaid words. There was love and despair, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of their shared suffering. "We fight, brother," he declared, a warrior's spirit igniting in him once more. For glory. For honor. For the ones we love. I felt the swell of emotions crashing within me: fear, anger, love, and most of all, a raging tumult of regret. As the doors burst open, the darkness poured in, a tide of fate consuming all in its path. I could only cling to that moment, a suspended breath in time, as hope and despair intertwined, a relentless dance, a haunting melody that would echo long after the last sword fell. And as the battle commenced, I braced myself, knowing that we were caught in a storm, a tempest where wisdom lay buried beneath the rubble of folly. But in that chaos, in the heart of war, I felt the flicker of resilience, the ember of humanity refusing to be extinguished. The lessons of the Trojan War were etched in the very fabric of our souls, a tapestry woven in folly and glory, a reminder that in our darkest hour, love and sacrifice might still find a way to illuminate even the deepest shadows.